What is that noise? Who's got the thing on? Dale.
Oh, it's
rookie move.
Wow. I had my phone up.
Right off the bat. Rewind, replay.
Yeah, do over.
Good morning, everybody. Are you ready? Like the end of
Sharing
the clam.
stream.
Like the end of the clam video says. Are you ready for ice fishing? Because it begins here. Welcome to the 2022 SmackDown Outdoors Virtual Ice Fishing Show, brought to you by Clam Outdoors, Glacier Ice Houses, and Thorn Brothers. That's right.
I didn't find any walkable ice on the way here.
No walkable ice.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Does anybody have walkable ice? Good morning, Patrick. Good morning. Good morning, Justin Schuver. Good morning, Eric Kruger. Good morning, Daniel Johnson. Good morning, one. Good morning, all.
Maybe if our Alaska people check in today, they might be able to find some somewhere.
I had ice in my hotel room this morning.
Really?
There's
Still
this
in the
machine
cup. In a
you can go
bucket.
to.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, thank you to the sponsors. We are at Thorn Brothers today and tomorrow, all weekend. And if you want to come in, we've got chairs for you to sit in. Plus, if you come in and you give us your name and phone number, we will, at the end of Sunday afternoon's segment, be drawing one of those names to win a Kishler custom rod. He does absolutely phenomenal work. He hasn't shown me the rod yet, but I fully trust him. I own some myself. He does great work. So, all right. Thank you all for watching yesterday. If you haven't watched, it's up on the Facebook channel, and throughout next week and the following week, we will be putting it out on the YouTube channel as well in the individual segments, along with all of the show. So we are going, I do have this on my personal Facebook page today, also the SDO Productions page, the YouTube channel, and we're on Patrick's Lone Angler podcast
on
YouTube.
On the YouTubes.
Yeah, we went. We added some places this morning after some people asked us
about that yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. But here's the thing: if you want to win some prizes, at least come over to the SmackDown Outdoors Facebook channel. Make sure you're doing this on the SmackDown Outdoors Facebook channel and share the live stream. Share it publicly so we see that you shared. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it never shows up for us, and we don't know that you shared. So then you can't win. But very simple, very easy. Just go ahead and share it, and you're good to go. We got gift cards, like a $250 gift card from Horn Dog Maps to use whatever you want. Big shout out to Mitch Heil. He does great work, makes awesome products. You can really get down to customizing it however you want. Also, we've got a fishing trip by Dale Luganbill. He's going to take somebody out and go fishing.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have a Kishler rod for you all at home as well. I'm gonna even if I gotta pay for it, we're gonna do that, and then some gift cards from Thorn Brothers and this and that and the other. So lots of stuff to give away. All you got to do is share. You can share it as many times as you want, as many shares as you want. It doesn't matter. They're all entries. So there you go. Let's see the show breakdown. If you've watched this before, ignore the next 30 to 60 seconds. That's fine. If you haven't, what we do is we bring in companies either virtually or they do come in right here in studio and they show you your products so you can ask them questions, you can comment, interact, and find out everything new and some staples from all of these companies. Let's see here. Speaking of that, Dale, why don't you run through our morning segment? We do have a morning segment, and then we'll be back in about 1:30 or so, 1:30 this afternoon, and then we have a 6 o'clock segment as well. So this morning segment, who's coming in?
Right out of the gate, we're going with Northland Tackle. Let the song play in your head for a moment.
Northland Fish and Tackle. It's the fisherman's favorite. It's the fisherman's favorite.
To be Elliott Rods. Our own Patrick knows a few things about those guys.
Yep.
Tuned up custom rods, Nordic Legend, and Vexilar. I should have used my announcer voice more.
Awesome. Yeah. Let's see. Speaking of Mitch Heil, he is loading up the kayak now, and I'll be listening from the lake in a little bit. Nice. And Derek Kumferman taking the ice rods out in the kayak, as close as you're going to get for a while, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Hold on a second. Time out. I feel a little left out. I'm wondering if anybody would be interested, and I'd be willing to do this, if they'd like to take a little float tube fishing trip with me.
You do a guided float
You're
trip?
gonna do a guided float-
and then
float
afterwards
tube
we'll
fishing
sit down and we'll do an episode together.
Am I eligible?
Is that a giveaway thing we're doing?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Pow. There you go.
Let's do some float tube fishing.
There you go.
Bam.
He lives in the Bemidji area, but,
We'll figure it out.
Figure it out. Travel a little bit here.
Yeah, let's
here and
do
there and the other. Before we get to those, we're in a minute here. We've got somebody sitting to our left. Okay, that's Mr. Tony Tessing from Hometown Hero Outdoors. This is something we're going to do during these opening segments, the last half of it. We're going to get to know, well, not that we here at this table don't know Tony and Hometown Hero Outdoors, but we're going to talk about the organization and what they do. So we've got some different groups lined up throughout the rest of the weekend. So good morning, everybody checking in. Share the live stream. Tell us where you are watching from. We're trying to hit all 50 states. So if you're, we're good on like Minnesota, Wisconsin, stuff like that. But if you're
we're up to 12.
We're up to 12 states. So let's see how far we can reach. We need David to check in from Florida. There you go.
I should send him a text message.
Yep. So there you go. Also, let's see. What are let's give you another question to answer there in the comments. What is your favorite fish? What's your favorite fish to go catch? Ice fishing, open water, doesn't matter. So what's your favorite fish to catch and where are you from? Let's hear it in the comments. So we'll bring in Tony here next up. But once again, let's just say thank you to Clam Outdoors. Matt Johnson started out the entire weekend with an awesome show, showing us everything new and went over some different things with Clam Outdoors. And then, of course, Glacier Ice Houses. Patrick, give us a Glacier fun fact.
Oh, Glacier fun fact. They're all built one at a time, and the emphasis is on quality.
Awesome. Perfect.
Yep.
Not an assembly line like we got these guys building this and these guys building this. It's like, let's all build one and go from there. Yep. Awesome. Perfect. So thank you very much to you and your boys at Glacier. Also, of course, Thorne Brothers. Bait and tackle. They've got the fly angler upstairs. So if you're a fly fisherman, they've got a fantastic selection of equipment up there. Patrick, yesterday we had to go grab him 60 seconds before last night's segment because he was over there.
He was looking at glittery strippers or whatever
something like that.
Got a shopping list right there.
Some weird fly name.
Exactly. I'm staying out of there because I don't need another hobby. Okay, I just don't. Also, they do have live bait. So if you're in the area, you need some live bait, driving by, you're like, I don't want to have to drive backwards or off the road. Stop in, get some live bait, depending on the time of year, of course, just like any other bait shop. So let's see.
This is actually my favorite tackle spot. Like I go out of my way to come here.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. We got somebody fishing salmon on Lake Michigan, or
That's
salmon
cool.
on Lake Michigan is his favorite place favorite fish to go. We got lake trout. We've got Grand Rapids, Michigan checking in. Anything that bites the bait. I'm in Minnesota. We got greenbacks, burbot. Look at the guy in the Huck shirt. Look at that guy. I don't know why we're looking at that guy.
I don't know.
Is it Huck or Hook?
I don't know. Hook. It's whatever comes out of my mouth at the time.
It's Joe.
Best show on Facebook. Thank you, Todd.
Whitefish.
And Whitefish. Yep.
Those are fun.
Yep.
Those are fun.
Yep. So, all right. I think
Mitch mentioned lake trout too,
Yep.
which that's going to be my new hobby this winter. So, Mitch, let's go fishing.
Here we go. Dale needs a new hobby because he's not busy enough
Lake
already.
trout's right up there with the whole musky thing.
I moved to
once you hook up with one,
all right,
it's
boys.
like,
Hey,
boom.
we got somebody else that we should let talk for a while because they're going to hear enough of us all weekend.
Fine.
So let's
Just
bring in
always regulate.
Mr. Tony Tessing. Sir, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Where do I look? Do I look there or you?
Anywhere
Wherever
you want.
All right, cool.
If you're talking to us, talk to us. If you want to address them, go ahead and look at them and ask them for money and for volunteers and all that stuff, which we'll get into in a little bit.
So I didn't check in yesterday, but I did start watching you guys in North Dakota for a hot minute.
Do we have North Dakota down?
Oh yeah.
Okay, we got North Dakota.
All right,
All right, cool.
Um,
What's your favorite fish?
I've tried and true walleye through the ice. It's just fun to me. It's
That'll work.
been my passion forever. So
Nice. All right.
I won't even crap on it because I went ice fishing for walleyes is different.
yeah,
There you go.
it's. I understand what you're saying. What you've always said about walleye fishing, and in the summer, I get it, but it's hard to break that habit in the winter. So
All right. Tony Tessing, Hometown Hero Outdoors.
thank you for having me. It's great to see you guys again.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. So let's break down, a minute, 60 seconds. Who's Tony Tessing? Your background, which would lead you into what you do here. at Hometown
And go.
Outdoors.
60
Sure.
seconds.
I'm Tony Tessing. I am one of the founders of Hometown Hero Outdoors, a nonprofit that was started 5 years ago. That's we are in 26 or 7 states now, and we assist America's heroes. This year we've added, well, we started out law enforcement and military, and this year we've added fire and EMS.
That's awesome.
So first responders, and basically we cover the whole gambit. We get men and women that have served their country and communities outdoors as a way not only to say thank you, but a way to build healthy addictions to the outdoors, getting people off the couch and out of their heads. That's what we've been doing.
Okay.
So,
That's awesome.
Now, you yourself have served.
yes, I did 6 years in the Minnesota National Guard with a nice 1 year trip to Iraq in 2009. Wasn't that big a deal, but it was a interesting, well, not a vacation, interesting trip to a foreign country. So
It's not a big deal. I only went to war. Not a big deal.
Oh.
Okay.
Find any camel spiders?
yeah, they're weird. They're huge,
Yeah.
and desert foxes too. That was some of the
Oh,
coolest.
those are cute.
Yeah, they have huge ears and
Giant.
tiny little bodies, and we fed them pizza and probably things that shouldn't eat.
Okay. That's weird. All right. So how did Hometown Heroes start?
Bunch of guys got together that wanted to make a difference in our community, law enforcement and military, which is where we started. Because of the mental health crisis that both law enforcement and military are going through, we're trying to make an impact and trying to change that. So we got together and started this as a way to build that sense of camaraderie that people lose when they get out of the service. So, and the outdoors is a great way to do that.
Yeah. And what kind of trips do you guys do?
What do you want to do?
I know, right? That's why I asked
They're
that.
literally all over,
Yeah.
all over the map.
So we've done everything from bear hunting to sea duck hunting to foraging to hiking. Oh my goodness, I can't remember her. She's out of Colorado. She just did a ruck march. Hiking's a thing that people enjoy.
Yep.
Not so much for me. But fishing, ice fishing. Minnesota's pretty heavy, and North Dakota and Wisconsin are big, heavy states when it comes to ice fishing stuff. Heck, we even do cooking stuff. Barbecue is a big thing. Alan Larimore, one of our board members, rocks a Glacier Ice Castle or
Yep.
Glacier Ice House as his cook shack, and he does a class to help teach people how to cook really good food.
That's
That's,
awesome.
that's cool.
That's
Yeah.
part of the prep, catch, cook, clean, or catch, clean, cook
Mhm.
thing, whatever. Cooking's part of it too. So
Oh yeah, for sure. Super fun.
Now, me personally, and I know, Dale, MN Made and Hometown Heroes have an event together where, the MN Made guys, basically it's a little tournament and they hook up with some, some of the people that you bring. But I've been on the Lake of the Woods trip before where it's, Alan pretty much puts that one on. He's kind of
Yep.
the ringleader of that. But I've been up there and it's an experience for somebody not in the community. In that community, I didn't serve, but to be able to see these guys and hear some stories, I don't hear a lot. I don't go like sit down with everyone and go, tell me your story.
right.
But you hear things and this and that and whatnot, and just to see them all fishing and having fun and not thinking about other things, and the fact that they're doing it with other people. And here's what I think is the most important part of organizations like this is that you're putting people that know what the other people in that group have gone through. That's hugely important.
Right.
Instead of having somebody from the outside that has no idea what it's like to go sit in 120-degree heat or wherever you're serving, and there's bullets flying around and this and that and the other and other things that I don't even want to talk about happening. I can't go, so tell me how are you? What's your problems?
Right.
I'll listen. Well, yeah, you can listen all you want, but you don't understand because you weren't there. But the guy he's fishing next to, spending all weekend with, yeah, he was there or did something similar, maybe for a different branch. So bringing them together so they actually know it and they can talk about it if they want to or not, or just enjoy each other's company to forget about it for that weekend. I think is the main reason that I gravitate towards helping you guys out so much, because I think that's, just a great thing.
There's a quote that's kind of sticks in my head quite a bit, that it goes, if you can turn your pain and suffering into empathy for someone else, you can save both them and you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what I personally get out of this. None of the staff are compensated in any way, but I do get some pretty cool experiences. One of my most memorable actually happened this year. I will never forget this ever. Andy Graff, who's another board member, and myself took 5 law. Well, it was a 3 and 3. So there's 3 veterans and 3 law enforcement members up to Aiken for a waterfall hunt. And first day, it was pretty slow, but we ended up shooting 3 snow geese that shouldn't have been in Aiken, Minnesota.
Right.
And we had a good time, and we cooked the snow geese up that night. And the following morning, we took a run up to McGregor, and we had some access to hunt where the Mississippi and the Big Sandy come together. And I was hunting with a gentleman that had never waterfall hunted ever. This is his first time out, and we didn't have a dog, and I was playing retriever, and I watched him shoot his first wood duck, and it was the coolest thing ever. But I was retrieving that bird, and I found a hole in the Sandy River, and went above my head.
Oh, not even just above the waders.
With waders on?
With waders.
Oh no.
That's a good time.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. But I got out of the water, and it was luckily warm enough where it was like not that big a deal. But standing there, and Andy decided to come join, and his crew decided to come join us because they were just hot and heavy. And I go to this guy, I was like, hey, have you ever shot a semi-automatic shotgun before? And he's like, no. I was like, well, I'm going to go back and change. Would you like to use my shotgun while I'm gone? And he's like, yeah, that'd be cool. So I shoot a Benelli SBE2, and I was breaking down the whole ins and outs of how it functions. And I was like, oh, you can try it out. Here comes a wood duck screaming up the river. He takes a shot, misses it. I was like, oh, don't shoot at it again, because there's another one right behind it. Just reload or reset, and one shot, dropped this thing at 40 yards. I stone dead. It was the coolest experience to watch him, just the excitement in his eyes of, I did something I'd never done before and connected on this bird. One shot. It's something I'll never forget.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's super
awesome.
cool.
So what are some things that Hometown Hero Outdoors need? Other than, of course, volunteers, folks. All of these organizations, they don't even have to say it. They need volunteers.
If you've got, well, that and land, like if you got an area that you want to set up a hunt or whatever, we'd love to come out and hang out and shoot some birds or whatever. Or if you've got a lake place that's got some a place to stay type of thing, and we could set up a trip that way. Great. Message us on our Facebook page, and we can get you connected with the proper state team lead. Minnesota would be Alicia Hinton, and
Love you, Alicia.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my brain has just kind of quit there for a second. And then North Dakota would be Dan Brassfield and Jeff Carl, and Wisconsin would be, oh jeez, I'm sorry, my
That's
brain
all right.
just went blank.
Get a hold of just
Yeah,
we could just-
there's a website.
yeah.
Right.
The website probably has it too. What's the website again?
www.hometownherooutdoors.org.
How many
.org.
states are you up to now?
It's either 26 or 27.
Wow.
And
Wow.
and I mean, when we first met you, it was what?
6.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's taking off by leaps and bounds.
We have a really great crew that there was a gentleman by the name of Sean Olsberg who started as a participant here in Minnesota as an active duty Army recruiter. Then he moved to South Carolina to work, and he's like, I want this mission to keep going. So he started the team down that way, which that helped spread the word on the East Coast. And then he moved to Texas, where he retired, and he started Team Texas. And it's been growing ever since. So,
Is there any plans for like a national
we'll get there.
get there? That'd be
get
really
there.
wild. That'd be cool.
We got a couple guys starting off in Indiana and Kentucky and Georgia. Those guys need some help. So if you know anybody out that way, point them in our direction. Love to get them connected. So, yeah, it's been a fun journey. We just kicked off our big annual fundraiser. We're selling raffle tickets again.
Yep.
It's a little different this year. It's all virtual, so you can buy the tickets online, and wham bam, you're done. I'll make sure to post a link on our Facebook page, and yeah.
Okay, I didn't know they were virtual because I've been like waiting. Like I'll see him and I'll get a ticket from him then. So okay, now I know. All right, now I have no excuse.
It's a little different this year because we've done more experiences than actual, like there's a moose hunt, there's a bear hunt, or it's a moose or bear, and then there's Cap Rock Waterfall, Sandhill Crane, that's down in Texas.
Oh, so you can go smash some cranes,
right?
Instead of two in Minnesota in one spot,
right? So there's a couple, lots of cool prizes this year. So
yeah, that would be fun. I need to do that too. That's
Sandhill Cranes.
Yeah.
I
even know a guy. I know a guy down there that does it. I think he's in Oklahoma though, but
cool. If you want to shoot him here, just get a hold of Matt Brewer.
Yeah,
you can go up that like Roseau area. They got like one county, I think it is, maybe two, way up northwestern Minnesota,
like
where you can
Grigley, or how do you say that town name?
I can't remember.
Grigley,
Something like that. But
Yeah.
anywho, yeah, no, it's I love you guys, all of you. I mean, you guys are all fantastic people. I have an absolute blast. You treat me no different than anybody else. You might ride my ass a little harder while we're out there, which is okay. I mean,
you're just a good guy.
You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So let me go back to me for a second. He doesn't know me that well, apparently. No. But no, it's great organization, and I'm happy to promote you guys at any time. Yeah, and looking forward to Lake of the Woods again.
Yeah,
that's a fun trip.
I'm looking forward to it this year. I'm hoping my dad says, "Hey, I'm not going on vacation," and he can drag up his ice house, so I don't have to.
Oh, nice,
So,
nice.
I'd rather him be a host.
There you go.
Whatnot. So
yeah.
Very nice.
All right.
On that shared, like talked about all the branches. It's different. Somebody can connect with.
Mm-hmm.
What do the Air Force guys do?
Oddly enough, that'd be an Alan Larimore question, but some of those guys are some pretty cool people that have done some cool things. So.
I just like to tell you, and I didn't serve, so I have no place to say, but I just appreciate the S talk between the branches, and it's just fun.
Oh yeah,
I was waterfall hunting with two Navy guys, Andy Graff and his buddy, this past weekend. It's kind of interesting listening to talk about their service, because that's all like nerd stuff, way above my pay grade. We're caveman technology, so
yeah. That's always funny when you get like Air Force guys, and like we'll say a Marine or whatever, and you get a big jacked up Marine or whatever, and then the Air Force guys, they're little guys because you can only be so tall and weigh so much to fit in them planes.
Not always. You run
Sometimes.
into a PJ, a parajumper. They're like,
I'm talking about we'll say the pilots.
Sure.
The pilots.
Sure.
Yeah. You look at him and like, I bet he was a pilot. You ask him, yep, because he's like 5'6", 5'7", or whatever, maybe a little taller, but just a thin guy.
Right.
It's like, I'm not fitting in one of those seats.
Right.
No way.
It's a little tall.
We'd have to build a plane around me like they did for the A-10. We'll build a plane around the gun. We'll have to build a plane around Doug. So, all right, Tony, appreciate it, dude.
Thanks for having me.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Tony.
Good to see you, buddy.
We'll talk to you later.
Yep. Check out hometownheroes.org to donate and more information, to volunteer, to sign up if you're in a vet, military, LEO service, all that good stuff. If you want to go on one of these trips, go in there, and all the information is there as well. And on a serious note, one of the things that they do prevent, or is hopefully prevents, are more people taking their lives. And it's going back to the stories and hearing the stories and everything that these guys tell. It's amazing that we don't have more, but organizations like this keep that from happening. Not all of them, but even if they only save the number that they do, still, these organizations are phenomenal. They just changed the number or made it easier. I think it's 988 now. For the suicide line, instead of being a long drawn out phone number, it's 988. So please, if you need to call it,
Text or call.
Text. You can text that too.
Yep.
Okay, you can text if you're in a situation where you need to talk to somebody. Please text or call 988. Do it for everybody else that loves you, because we're the ones left with the baggage. Okay. All right, Tony. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. All right. We got Sam from Northland Tackle sitting down there. Boy, thank you to Clam. Thank you to Glacier Ice Houses. Thank you to Thorn Brothers. Thank you to Hometown Hero Outdoors. Tony, love you, sir. Yeah. So, all right, guys.
Yeah.
We ready to talk some tackle?
Yeah, let's tackle it.
Let's get nerdy.
Let's get
All
nerdy.
right. See you, Tony.
Bye, Tony.
All right, let's bring in Sam Larson. Sam, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Bingo.
Boom.
Bango. Bongo. How are you?
Sam, good morning.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
On good.
Good. Get you turned up there. All right. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. Weather's was starting to chill down a little bit up here, but now we got another warm push coming through. I thought we had some hopes for some early ice, but it's been a roller coaster fall of cold fronts back to t-shirt weather. Hopefully back to some cold fronts soon, but ice is definitely upon us.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And yeah, I could use some cold and give me a little snow, because deer hunting season is coming, and it's always easier to see the deer when there's a nice coating of snow and the cold gets them moving. So let's go, Mother Nature.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because I've been bow hunting the last week or so, and movement's been slow. So yeah, a little cold front would do us some good. So
awesome. All right, so Northland Tackle, how have things been in the past year? Let's talk supply chains just for a little bit. Are we good to go with that?
Yep. We're actually sitting really good. We've been lucky. Our CEO really put some effort into making sure we were getting stuff. Even at the start of COVID, he was, insightful enough to see that this was a thing we needed to keep an eye on, and we did as much as we could to get the product in stores. And lately, a bunch of us have been driving around the stores, checking it out, and a lot of the stores are getting their ice stuff in already. And we have a really nice ice set, so it's here, it's ready. Just get out to the stores and buy it. So
yeah, I know. I know. Here at Thorn Brothers, we're one of the products that we'll be covering. The new glass buckshot spoons. They do have them here. So there. Yep. So they're getting out there.
Yep. Thorns has a really awesome selection of our stuff. They've really bumped it up the last few years, so it's really good. But yeah, do you want to jump right into some of the new stuff, talking about the glass buckshot spoon and whatnot?
Let's go. Have at it.
Yeah. So this is kind of our new hero product of this year. It's the glass buckshot spoon. So what it is, kind of a similar shape to our traditional buckshot, just kind of a drop and fall shape. It is a lead body, but it's encapsulated in a resin. So a couple things that does is A, it increases the durability. B, it kind of gives it that translucent, bait fish, kind of like a high-end crankbait looking thing. And then also kind of, unintentional to us, but I think it became its biggest feature, is we put a glass rattle in this one for a different pitch. But what that resin ended up doing is, because that resin encases the whole body, but it comes in contact directly with the rattle. If you're to pick one of these up, and you buy one, pick one up, and you can shake it, even when your fingers are touching the side of the lure, you can feel that resonation of the glass rattle throughout the entire lure. So this whole thing vibrates, shakes. And I really think between the pitch of the glass rattle and that vibration it puts off, it's something different, different that fish aren't used to. Where I became a real believer in it is we took the samples up to Red Lake First Ice, and we were kind of filming some videos with it, kind of doing the talking points B-roll, and both me and Bro were dropping middle of the day after we've been fishing for a few hours. We just broke this one out, and while we were doing our talking points, we both caught fish like right away. And we had been fishing that spot for hours. So I truly think there's a little different pitch to it. I think a concern that a lot of people are going to have, that was also a concern of mine, but I'm going to tell you it's not, is, you know, you get lead and then you can case in plastic. It gets kind of bulky and you might think it doesn't fish fast, but it really fishes nice. It's still good and heavy. It's not too bulky and large like some of the other plastic spoons that have hit the market. It fishes good. I would say it fishes almost even a little bit faster than a flutter style spoon. So it's cool. We're excited for it. I hope you guys have as good of success on it as we did last year testing it, but it's been a winner for us. So
yeah, it's one of those things where this doesn't replace the old school buckshot.
No, you still get the old school buckshot.
Yeah,
which is a staple.
Yep, it's a different sound, and a lot of times, like on a crankbait, when you're going from a rattling crankbait to a silent crankbait, they don't always want the loud. They don't always want that pitch. You know, they want something a little more subtle, or vice versa. They want something louder and a different some. You know, the fish are weird, man. They need sometimes just something slightly different.
It would almost be like if you're fishing a crankbait bite in the summer and dialing down the colors.
Yeah.
When they're eating a buckshot, they're probably all eating a buckshot, but there's a lot of difference between kind of the whole buckshot family. So we have the regular buckshot right here, the glass, and the coffin spoon. So the regular buckshots, it's going to fish the fastest, be the heaviest. It's got that brass bell in the back, real loud clink. But also, you know, it's probably negative. It's one of the highest selling ice spoons in history, probably. So I'd imagine most fish have seen it. That's not saying it doesn't still catch them, but fish do have seen it. So if you're getting a lot of drive-bys or whatnot, then, you know, start to mix it up a little bit. So I just talked about the glass buckshot spoon, but the coffin spoon's another awesome one. So that has the same brass rattle as the buckshot, but it also has the kicker tail fin. So that's a brass fin. So what that's going to do is that hits the hook and clicks the hook, so it actually makes it even a louder spoon. And then the semi-flat shape of it turns it into a kind of an aggressive flutter spoon. It's not going to be a really slow flutter spoon. It's going to fish very similar to like a macho minnow. I really like using this one where the water's clear and action's important. You know, these are kind of the buckshot and the glass buckshot can be, you know, more meat carriers and attractors. But, you know, like a Mille Lacs situation where the water is super, super clear, I can fish this spoon really high up in the water column. It's going to come up, it's going to flutter down, it's going to be really loud, and those fish are going to be able to see it from a distance and come in and hopefully crush it. But
I don't get excited over tackle, like hooks, anything with a hook on it. I don't get super excited about, but I will tell you, and in full clarity, yes, I'm associated with Northland Fishing Tackle. I still don't get excited like, oh my God, I've got to have it, blah, 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 over tackle. I took the coffin spoon out, and it is literally my favorite spoon that there is. It catches fish flat out. There's something about it. I think I don't even have to use bait a lot of times because that little extra tail by the hook kind of mimics bait. Because when fish hit this thing, you see it on the sonar, they don't mess around. Like, they see it, you shake it, whatever, you're moving it, and they come and they just get it.
Oh yeah.
mm-hmm.
So that spoon, if you don't have some, pick some up. And if you're going to Lake of the Woods, gold #1 silver number 2, and one of the glows, green, pink, or orange, doesn't really matter. They all just smashed. And I fished it on Mille Lacs, and I fished it other places, and it works. That is a spoon where, like I said, I don't geek out, get super excited about tackle, but that one there, I can tell you, yeah, that definitely is a good bait.
And I think you're going to find similar results.
And I've got my proof. I've got my proof right here. Alan Kishler. I watched it happen on Lake of the Woods. And I actually, there was a period of time where I quit using bait, and they were using bait on other spoons, and I was still catching fish and 1 for 1 with them. So yeah, there's something about that little tail that they absolutely love.
Yeah. I think what I love the most is, I do a lot of the product development work at Northland. When I know we have a real winner is when, everything we produce is obviously going to catch fish, and we know that. But when I know we have a real winner is when we get some of the guys that we've had testing it, like Bro or whatnot, they'll call me, and I almost feel like a drug dealer because they'll call me up and be like, "Hey, I know you only had a few of those, but you think I could get one more?" And when they start doing that, when it's like I need one right now, it's a good one, and that's what happened with the glass buckshot. So we're really looking forward to it. But so Lake of the Woods, Doug, you hit it spot on for colors. Red Lake, this glow red was killer. Obviously the UV pinks, and then let me see if I got one here. I got to do a little bit of digging.
Yeah, real quick. Mason's asking, what's your favorite colors for Red Lake or Lake of the Woods? Here we go.
Yep. Yeah. So, and then this redfish, glow redfish in any one of, the buckshot, the coffin spoon, forage minnow jigs. If you're going to Red Lake, you need to stop somewhere and get one of this color if you don't have it. It's really easy. Red colors work on Red Lake.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but they always have. I think it has something to do with the watercolor, and it's just been really good. I know, been up there multiple times with sample sets of lures. So when we get a sample set, we usually have one red glass buckshot, and we're all trying that, and whoever got the red one's going to be catching all the fish. So
Sam's running to the mailbox every day, like, is it here yet?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. First dibs, and then Bro's there ready to fight me for him. So
yeah, you run around the shop long enough, you'll lose them in all those aisles.
Yeah, Lake of the Woods. My ice tackle is kind of in disarray right now. I'm doing the shake to try to get these separated out. But gold, of course. Green perch is another good one. And it's also one area. Lake of the Woods is where our glow shot product line has been really successful. So that's the ones that you can actually crack a glow stick and pop it into the back of it. So both red and green glow sticks up there. So glow perch, greens, golds, reds, and pinks also really have their time and place up there. So hopefully it's just Lake of the Woods good. No matter what you have, you drop it down and you catch fish.
Oh yeah.
It's definitely an area where color can be important, though. That you have one guy in the shack that's out fishing everyone else 10-1. So
100%
variety. Yeah.
Do we have anything red one-sided, glow white the other?
We do not right now. Kind of all of our spoons, like this be kind of an example. We try to, we never match the front with the back, and some of that's because like rattles in there. But like on the Forage Minnow series, we try to get more glow paint on the back, more image on the front, so that way too, when it's flashing and fluttering, it gives the fish kind of a what is that view. A lot of jigging is making sure the fish doesn't get too good of a look at it and triggering that strike. So that kind of reaction flutter is like that. But we don't have any of those hard change colors right now. I will tell you, we have been working really hard on our glow the last few years. So the coffin spoons, the buckshot spoons, they glow really, really good now. And we're actually working on some stuff to make that even better coming up here in future years. But the glow has really improved over the past couple of years on those products. So
Yeah,
make sure to buy your UV flashlights and charge them up, because that can be a key deal on some of those bodies of water too.
Yep. I've noticed that. Yeah, the glow has gotten better. It's one of those things you kind of go, yeah, this thing glows pretty good. So it's good to know that, yeah, that's not just coincidence. It's actually working behind the scenes.
Hey, Sam, how small does that glass buckshot come?
So let me see if I got one here. I believe we call it a 3/32, but that's because we got a little bit more than, I think we got like about a 16th of lead in there, and then the resin adds a little bit. So
Yep.
let me dig all the sizes out. So 3/32, eighth, quarter, and I think we got a 3/8 in this dog. Or I might just go up to quarter.
All right. I'm a big panfish spoon guy, and I'm excited about this glass one because, like you were saying earlier, it adds this new frequency under the water, and sometimes that can be key, especially if you're fishing around weeds. You know, getting a different frequency out there.
Yep. Mason, yeah, you can. I would start out with a minnow head. Go ahead and start out with a minnow head. Throw it on there. See what happens.
Thank you, Sam.
And then if you're just smashing fish, like they are aggressive, throw it down there without a minnow head and see what happens.
It gives you an element of confidence too.
Yep.
So yeah, the 330, it's going to be like for your big panfish guy. But Patrick up in Bemidji, this works every day of the week for even bluegills at times. So yes, we do have the smaller sizes.
Okay. Cool.
And yeah, I'd recommend putting meat on always kind of first of minnow heads, or even chandeliering it with maggots or whatever. But I'm a big meat guy under the ice. The one area I don't use it on is the ripping shads and the puppet minnows. Or of course, our other new line we got coming out is tungsten.
There we go.
So I'll talk about that real quick.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
So we got the glass buckshot coming out. That's our big thing. And then kind of our easy, we've had it, but it's a convenience factor to you guys, is our rigged tungsten line. So we took the mayfly, the mini smelt, and the bloodworm, and they all come in pre-rigged offerings right now. So you're going to get 2 jigs, 2 jigs that are rigged, 3 extra tails, and that should keep you fishing for a really long time. One of the reasons we kind of slipped away from doing ice plastics and did more pre-rigged is because you really don't burn through that many through the year. They don't sell that well because you buy a bag and it lasts you a couple years. And what I really like about the pre-rigged is they're rigged perfect every time. Rigging has a lot to do with the action and how it swims and whatnot. So it's easy to just pull one out of the package and have it be ready to go, and you'll tie one on for a while. So they're all going to be rigged on our new tungsten mud bug head. We launched that last year, so it's got a little longer shank than the gill getter here. So nice little profile. This jig was designed years ago in lead form by Bro. It sits at it's got a 60-degree turn to eye. So the reason for that is it's going to hang down like this. And A, when a lot of bugs are coming out, they're coming up. And B, it's going to encourage panfish. Panfish are always going to come up from the bottom and feed up. So it's going to encourage them to get the hook point first. And you're going to get less, pecks at the head. If you ever watch them on the camera and you're fishing with something with a 90-degree head, sometimes they'll try to eat the head and just spit it out. So having that angled hook is always going to encourage them to feed up and hit the point. And as you can see, these hooks that we got in there are nice and sticky sharp. So both the tungsten mud bug and gill getter are killer new panfish items. So we're really excited about that and expanding our tungsten lines in the future here.
Yeah, now the jigs themselves, you can just buy the jigs themselves too.
Yep, we still sell the jigs separately, but yeah, if you want to buy them with the shapes now, we got that as well. So
it's a cool offering.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I mean, the plastics game, it's tough because there's so many people that make plastics. You got guys doing it out of their basements and garages, and it's a pretty flooded market. So it's like, do we really need to?
Yep, that's why we took our 3 best sellers, and we rigged them up on the right jigs, and they're ready for you guys to go. So the mayfly, kind of talking about favorite shapes. The minnow sometimes plays where you kind of need that in between size. It's a great bait, but it's probably my least favorite of the 3. I really like that mayfly in finesse situations. It's a nice little small body, super realistic and buggy looking. Up in the Bemidji area, it's hard to beat a big bloodworm. Those big crappies, big bluegills, love chasing that little longer profile. It's got that really little whippy tail on it. So again, it's kind of like what we were talking about of the buckshot spoon. They're probably all going to work in a situation. But once you get there, you got to kind of dial in to see exactly what they want. It's kind of a fine tune game. So.
Yeah. And then I've used all 3 of those plastics. That's kind of like my main 3, bobber fishing in open water.
Yep.
Just under a bobber on a tungsten jig, or just a small, small lead jig or whatever. Throw those plastics on there and just if they're not hitting it right away, just slowly drag it back very, very slowly. And the bloodworm, just has that tail. It just moves through the water nice and slow. And it works too. So it's not just, this is an ice fishing show, but don't forget, don't always put your ice fishing stuff away.
Exactly.
Open water.
Well, yeah, they work great for fall crappie where you need a small profile, but in the boat, you need something heavier that's going to, help get you down and keep you under the boat. So that tungsten works great. And then I also love using them under a bobber in the spring. So they're definitely all year round tackle.
Yep. What else we got? I don't know if you have any with you, but I know there's a big bait that you guys came out with this winter.
Are you talking about the tube?
Yep.
I don't have any with me, but yeah, that's actually another new catalog launch for us. But we came up with these new Predator tubes. We call them the level head Predator tube and the level head inner tube head. So what it is it's a tube jig head, but the balance point again is set in the middle. So the lead actually sticks way out the nose and the line ties kind of in the middle. And again, it allows that bait to hang horizontally. So when you're fishing lake trout vertical, pike vertical, that tube is going to sit vertical in the water. The rigged one, the Predator tube, has a treble hook that comes out of the back. So it's going to be, it's a good little sneaky one for us. We have already kind of shipped all of them off to stores. I think we got a few left in the warehouse. So get them while you can. But it's going to be an awesome Predator tube. And I can't remember the sizes off the top of my head on that one. Yeah, there you go.
Were we looking at those, Patrick, downstairs, right here at Thorn?
I think so. Yeah.
I could definitely see those guys having some.
Sizes looks like 3/4, 1 ounce, and 1.5 ounce.
Yep, and I think it's like probably like 3.5 inch size, all the way up to the big ones, like 6 inches. That's roughly. But yeah, a couple of those colors glow. I think that's a glow chartreuse, and the red and white one glow, I believe, also. So
let's see, we got white, super glow chartreuse here, and if it ain't chartreuse, it ain't no use. I think Clayton says that.
I've never heard
that. We got white and chartreuse.
Yep, and that's the Gussie special. Gussie always, when he's lake trout fishing, he'd always take a bag of white plastics and put one chartreuse one in there, so the color would bleed. The chartreuse color would bleed into the whites a little bit, and that's what he always likes. So that one's kind of the Gussie inspired color.
Gotcha. Yeah, and then you've got the Lumi Glow red top. So
classic red and white there. So
yep.
That one's
lake trout, but burbot too, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep. Pike, any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, if they eat a hot dog, they're gonna eat that thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, when is Northland Tackle coming out with a hot dog?
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll see. You keep testing them, but they keep getting eaten out of the fridge.
Tell bro to get out of the fridge.
Okay.
Anything else we want to pull up while I got the website open? Anything else we should look at?
I don't think so. Anything new here? Like I said, some of the stuff is coming out. I think all the ice stuff is up there. Actually, we got
there we go.
It's all there, ready. Like I said, it hits the retailers. Some of the open water stuff will be coming out shortly, and then of course it'll hit all the retailers come spring. So
Nice. I did want to talk about, I know you had it sitting there. I just wanted to mention that flutter spoon, the buckshot flutter spoon. I love it. It works super, super well when they're just a little bit finicky. You might need a little noise, but they're not quite hammering, just a normal spoon. That's another one that works really, really well.
Yep, and that one also has a glass rattle in it, so it's a little different pitch. But yeah, this is a zinc-based spoon, so it has it's lighter. It's got the flutter shape, and you're totally right. When fish are getting really finicky, it's a good one to have. It just takes a little bit more patience to fish because it's gonna take a little while longer to get down there. It's gonna fish a little bit slower, but yes, awesome bait there. So another thing I'm gonna
that's my Mille Lacs. That's one of my Mille Lacs specials. Like I'll fish that one first, and if I don't start catching them on that, I know it's going to be a tough day.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I actually got to work, like move and try different stuff. Damn it!
That's like Mille Lacs. You get a nice flashy spoon up high in the water, and with how clear it is, it's amazing. I'm fishing, I was taught this years ago, 4 or 5 feet off the bottom, and it really calls in fish from a distance. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's a great clear body of water of bait because it does take a while. So fish that are further out in the distance, they actually have time to see it come down and they'll come into it. So
yeah. The last thing I'm going to be doing a lot of this winter is I do a lot of sight fishing for pike. It's easy. You can go to pretty much any body of water, cut a big hole, sit and enjoy the day, and the rip and shad is hard to beat with that. Even for you spears out there, I would recommend taking a ripping shad and pulling the hooks off of it. The only disadvantage is they're going to come in and crush the bait and be fired up. They don't really nose into it, but it is amazing how many fish you can call into the hole with this thing. I wish I would have sent you some video clips, but me and my wife had a sit last year where we were working rip and shads and we were just kind of pulling them away from the smaller fish. But there was multiple times we had 3 or 4 fish in the hole just circling, trying to eat this thing. It's like a maraca of calling in hungry pike. It is the dinner bell. So, and actually when we were sight fishing, I had a walleye come in and crush it one time too, in like 6 feet of water on a little Backwoods lake. So,
nice.
I really like the rip and shad for those aggressive days and don't need bait. It's
well, and that what I think a lot of people forget is that it's a lot of times if you're a pan fisherman, throw on a rattle bait, a big rattle bait. If nothing's happening and you're one of these guys that you're not going to bounce all over the place, throw one on and start ripping it. You'll just call in fish.
Yes, this is our biggest size, and I'll catch perch when we're sight fishing pike coming in on this. It's amazing. But yeah, you're right, calling in. Same with Lake of the Woods, Red Lake. Sometimes you might have that buddy that or yourself. You got to be like, I got to take one for the team. And
I've been that guy.
Will do it. The rip and shad will do it. But you put that on, and all of a sudden you start getting a bunch of marks, but you're not catching them, and all of a sudden your buddies start catching them. So it's definitely calling fish in from an area. And pulling those fish in, and then they're going to come and eat your friend. And you might have to say after you catch one, it's time to switch rods. So you can catch them too. But you never know. You might have the big one come in and crush it too. So big fish like big baits. So
I've been that guy many times. I'm the one calling in fish, even if it's with a dead stick. I'm the one calling in while everybody else is they're actually catching fish. Or maybe that's just because they're better fishermen. I don't know. Either way, Sam,
bro, every time.
Yeah. Well, it's bro. What do you do? Yeah. He knows what he's doing. Sam, thank you very much for joining us. Greatly appreciated, sir. Got a nice lineup this year.
We're looking forward to it. Just need some cold weather so we can all get out there and enjoy some time on the ice. So appreciate you having me. And
All right. Thank you much, Sam. Everybody check out northlandtackle.com or get them at your local retailers, like right here at Thorne Brothers. Yes, right here at Thorne Brothers. We got Matt from Amped Outdoors sitting to our left. He's going to talk about batteries and battery technology and all that stuff. So get your questions ready or start throwing them in the comments now. And the nerdier, the better, because, I mean, yeah. He knows what he's doing. But thank you, Thorn Brothers. Thank you, Clam. Thank you, Glacier. Thank you to you all out there watching. Share the live stream. That's right. Share the live stream. Make sure you change that share to public so we see it, because we got all sorts of stuff to give away. We got gift cards. We got guide trips. A float tube fishing guide trip with Patrick. That'll be fun.
Am I
That'll be
eligible?
fun. No, you're not. He'll just do it with you anyway. But he's going to make you bring your own float tube and own gear and figure it out yourself. But that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
I got the tubes.
Yeah, there you go. All right. We'll typically we wait a few more minutes, talk a little bit about this and that in between people, but I think there's enough to talk about with Matt. Yeah. So you want to turn his mics on, or his mic's on? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right. Boom, Matt, Amped Outdoors.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah,
It's been almost a year since I've seen you.
Almost. I think in this building, in this room last time.
Yep, in this room, and it's changed a lot. I like the background here.
Yes,
Quite a bit.
Yeah, they did a good job, and the rod room is way over there. They added on to the building, so
yeah. If you haven't been here yet, you got to check out this new building. The new build out is phenomenal. A lot of space, a lot of new stuff. I was down there checking it out before I came up here, and I think we're ready for ice. No better way to kick off ice season than with the Smackdown Outdoors podcast and virtual ice show. So thank you for having me.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
How are things at Amped, supply chains, and just a quick recap, because I know that for you sometimes can get super tough. There's a bunch of batteries here at Thorn. And you're starting to see them. I Shields has them, and some other places.
Reeds, yeah.
So, but how is it looking for the forecast this year?
Well, it looks really good. We started off early. We knew we had a whole new product line coming out, and it was going to be popular. So we are stocked up, ready to rock. Most retailers now have our products, have them all up online. Some new stuff this year. We've done a lot to increase capacities along the product lineup. So I know we didn't have a whole lot of new releases last year, but this year we changed the game again.
Hashtag game changer.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. With lithium batteries, not even necessarily just Amped.
Yeah.
Lithium batteries, they are the lightweight, the how long they last in a just a runtime throughout a day, lifespan. That's about the only thing where I'm like, yeah, you can have that label. My sweatshirt is not mocking you; it's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's good to know that you're going to be available. People can find them and everything. So let's talk. You know what, Matt? Just start talking to the people.
All right. Well, we'll go over the new stuff. So last year, our 6 amp hour battery, in the last few years, I should say, the 6 amp hour battery was been the hot item for the traditional flasher out there. You can get almost a full weekend with a 6 amp hour. So we pretty much kept the same weight and 7.5 amp hours. So there's newer technology out there, and we try to take advantage of that. And 7.5 amp hour, this battery is, pretty empty inside.
St. Paul show, I go up and I'm like, hey, I need a 6 amp hour. Cause I was talking to, some different guys, and they're like, yeah, my flasher, I just run a 6 amp hour, and I've got an old FL8, a Hondex actually. Yep. And, you're like, here, take this one. And you gave it to me, and I'm like, okay, can I have the real one?
I know.
It doesn't feel like anything at all.
The first time somebody handed me one, I'm like, oh, this must be a model.
Thanks for the case. Where's the battery?
Yeah. So it's under 2 pounds. Can't beat that. 7.5 amp hours. In a traditional flasher, I mean, you're looking at 30 hours of operation. If you've got a Vexilar and you're running low power mode, I mean, you can almost get close to 50 plus hours on it. So it's an efficient battery. You don't have to go to anything extremely big. And I know a lot of times people look at it and they say 7.5 amp hour. I've got a 9 amp hour on my flasher now. That's not going to last as long. And that's untrue, because we all know that lead acid batteries are not efficient. They're heavy. Right. So you not only save, 3-4 pounds on the battery itself, but you're going to actually gain, you get to utilize full 100% of this battery's capacity, where lead acid's about 50%. So if you got a 9 amp hour battery, you're only using maybe 4.5, 5 amp hours. This one will give you 7.5. So you'll get longer run times on it. And obviously with lithium, if you're not familiar with it, you're not going to replace your battery every year to 2 years, right? Because, they sit well on the shelf. They don't have a high discharge rate like a lead acid battery will. So, I mean, I can charge a battery today and then come back even 6 months from now and that thing is darn near full still. So that's an advantage of the lithium chemistry. So if you don't have one already, I mean, it's time to look into it. You'll save weight. It's proven. There are no safety concerns. Like, people, we're a little hesitant, I think, to get into it at first because of safety reasons. You hear a lot of stuff about lithium, and these are lithium iron phosphate. So plus they have built-in protection. So it protects the battery from overcharging, under discharging, and so on. So you don't have to worry about any safety problems with the lithium battery. They're actually going to be safer than a traditional lead acid battery as long as you use it correctly. I mean, anything can be dangerous if you're not using it correctly.
Yeah, whatever Jeremy's doing to those batteries on his YouTube thing, don't do that at home. He even says it.
No.
He's destroying batteries to show you what's inside. Don't use it like that.
Yeah. I've taken some batteries apart, not ours. It's always, you got to know what the competition's doing. And I've had some sparks in the past, but nothing too dangerous. And these are very safe technologies. So, if that's been holding you back, it's definitely not a concern. And we've got one for everybody. I already talked about that 7.5 amp hour, but in the past we had the 12 amp hour battery. It was the highest capacity per size. This year we upped the game to 15 amp hours. So if you're running Helix 7, right, the Helix guys out there, or if you're really running anything with a digital screen on it, 5-inch, 7-inch, 9-inch screen, not live technology. If you're running Live Scope or Active Target or any of these live systems, I'd go a little bit larger. But a 15 amp hour battery and a 7-inch screen will get you upwards of 20 hours of operation, which depending on the angler, could be 2-3 days out on the ice.
And depending on the screen, because I have the 12 amp hour amped outdoors. And if I, when I'm in a wheelhouse, it's on low. I mean, you can see the screen turned all the way down. Yeah. I turn it on Friday afternoon, go to bed probably 2 a.m, get up, have it on all day again. And then it dies somewhere in, Sunday morning-ish. Mm-hmm. We're talking a Helix 7. Right. I mean, that's a long time for one of those things to be able to run. So, I actually timed it once, and you're a liar, but you have to be because it actually lasted longer than your little chart said. I go, oh, well, at least I'm getting what he says it does.
Yeah. So that's one thing you brought up. I mean, we say we have an operating time chart. So if you go to, online ampedoutdoors.com, right on the front page, we have this chart that'll have all the most popular fishing electronics on it. And then we'll have all of our batteries, and it'll give you an estimated operating time. And if you're turning down your screen brightness, and if, just with the efficiencies of the lithium, we like to take the manufacturer specs and say, this is how long it's going to last. And in most cases, you'll get longer operating times than what our charts show. Yeah. We like to, under promise, over deliver, right?
The treadmill says it's only good for 300-pound person, but really it's good for somebody over that kind of thing.
Yep. So, you check out that operating time chart. It'll really help you pick out which one is best fit for your needs. It's a great tool. And you can always reach out to us if if there's any uncertainty. I always say, just reach out to us, sales@ampedoutdoors.com. Even if it's not our technology, you have questions, we're always able to field those questions and give you a good answer, as well as, we're pretty responsive on our Facebook Messenger too. Those are the two most common ways I like to help people out, because we can handle so many people at the same time. Right. And we're pretty responsive with that. So, but then, we've got some bigger stuff too. I mean, these are more so your flasher, technologies. I mean, something like the 15 amp hour and a flasher. I mean, you're going to get
a month,
68 plus hours of operation.
That's what I run in my blue box for my FLX 28, but I've also tricked out that blue box, and I'm charging my phone off there. I've got lights built on there, so I wanted that a little bit bigger because I'm going to be running accessories off of it too. Mm-hmm. So it works out awesome. Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons we try to increase capacities, because you're carrying more out on the ice with you. Your GoPro cameras, you want to charge your phone, or the Bluetooth speaker, whatever you have with you. We try to make it as light as possible, increase the capacity, to give you the longest run times and allow you to add all the additional accessories, which I'll show you an accessory, a new one that we came out with this year to help you out with that.
So the 15, That's it looks like, well, actually all three of those, well, no, the one's a little bigger. The 15, is that the same size as the 12?
So it's close, right? It's 1 millimeter taller.
It's the same size, folks.
Yeah, it is. We did in this process, we tried to make it the same size, and you're really cramming a lot in there because I mean this 15 amp hour, this battery pack is full.
Yeah,
I mean you can't squeeze it or anything. You know, there's no empty space inside of it. So I think that's really the most you'll get out of a battery in that size ever until, well, I shouldn't say ever because technology will change and we'll
Until
find a
next
way
year.
to advance it, right? But this will be that way for a while. It is a millimeter taller. The only thing that we found is there's some inconsistencies like with some of the blue boxes, and I actually grabbed some other Vexilar accessories downstairs. Some of the Vexilar units out there, I should say like the blue box, this is a real tight fit because they made that, like there's like a little lip on the blue box. So one thing that I'm telling people with that is just shave off a millimeter on it. It literally takes, you can take a just a small little knife and shave that off in 10 seconds. So I was able to adapt this over to the blue box. I really wanted it to fit in that without any modifications, but there was no way to really get that capacity. So we did that, and, shaving a millimeter off of it's not going to make a big difference. So you swap it out to a different battery down the road. They just fit so tight this year, the way those blue boxes are molded.
Yeah.
The old one that I had, it fit in just fine. So we did find that out, after we, came out with it, but it's a pretty easy, way to adapt over.
Yeah. Yep. We got people saying Amped has great customer service. Amazing how, with the lightweight and lightweight, all that stuff. I mean, yeah, lithiums are fantastic. And I've been using Amped since Energized days. I just got when you change to amp, I was like, you got an extra sticker, so now I can still use the old battery. So one of mine is actually still an Energized, which is another benefit to the lithium batteries. The lifespan of the battery itself is, in terms of years that you'll own it, is increased over lead acid. Before that, it's every year or two you're buying a new battery.
Yep, and that just comes down to lithium and the battery management system built into them. So, the disadvantage of lead acid batteries is that you cannot drain them too low, otherwise they go bad, right? And then they have a higher self-discharge rate. So if you have a lead acid battery sitting in your flasher, the flasher or fishing electronics oftentimes have a parasitic draw where it draws battery. It'll still draw power off the battery. If you let that sit on your shelf for 6-9 months, right, between seasons, you can drain that battery down to pretty dangerous rates. Lithium batteries will stop at a certain voltage. So, if this battery is drained down to 10 volts, it automatically will shut down, not allow you to draw any more power. So that's one reason why lithium batteries last longer. Plus, you can't overcharge them, or, there's no worries like that. So yeah, they definitely will last a lot longer. I'd be surprised, if you're getting 1 to 2 years out of a battery, which is pretty common, because they'll depreciate in capacity fast. You go to lithium, you probably last 4 to 5 times longer than your traditional lead acid battery. So taking the price into consideration, 4 or 5 lead acid batteries might cost you $100 to $150. Something like this, like a 15 amp hour battery is $110. So you save the weight, you get the longer operating times on it, and they're just gonna, in the long run, they pay off.
Yep. Well, when did you switch from Energized to Amped?
Well, I think that was 2019. So
Okay.
it's been
3 years. Plus, I bought it, the
prior.
previous year. So I mean, I've already had mine for 4 years.
Yeah.
And it still works perfect.
Yep. We're always changing our designs, better waterproofing. So, we're constantly playing around with the batteries. So not saying the ones that we originally came out with were bad, but we were constantly changing the technology, coming out with a better glue, right, to seal them, because these are all going to be in a wet environment, and we want the battery to be able to withstand that, and any accidents that may happen out there, right?
Yep.
So
they get thrown around, they get snowed and rained on, and I mean, you dropped in a nice hole and quickly
Rattle
recovered.
around the back of the truck.
Yeah. I mean, no matter the company, hey, make a better battery, make it more durable. I don't care what company it is, up your game. I mean, it's just like anything else.
Yep.
Bouncing across the lake in a sled.
Josh Hansen wants to know, are you ever going to do a shuttle?
Um, I was actually thinking about that on the way here because I was at a store that I found another shuttle manufacturer out there, and I know a lot of the shuttle manufacturers, and they've just expanded, and there's so many of them out there. So that's really not our game as much, because there's just so many options out there, like the power, all the ones out there, right? And we're the selected power source for a lot of the ones that are out there. So I really don't want to step on any of their toes.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's something we're not really into now. Not saying in the future we won't come out with something, but all manufacturers are coming out with better shuttle systems, right? Just out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I probably name, I don't know, close to 10 shuttle manufacturers out there. So you're starting to see a lot of them, a lot of aftermarket ones hit the industry. So it's something we haven't put a focus on. We like to continue to focus on, the core technology itself.
Do what you do and do it well.
Yep.
And one day, if you get really, really bored or turn into Elon Musk Jr. in a mind that never stops racing and you have time up there, then maybe.
Yes, then maybe.
Yep. Sean Cox asking if you'll be at the Ramsey show. Yes, he'll be there in approximately 48 minutes.
48 minutes.
Yep. Exactly. We appreciate you coming in before the show, by the way.
Yeah, and we're in the Thorn Brothers booth, so if you are going there, check us out. We got a nice table between the checkout and and they've got an awesome lineup there. I mean, it's bigger than ever. So stop on out. The nice thing with Thorn this year is they carry our entire lineup of batteries. In the past, it was just the smaller lithium iron phosphate. This year, they're now carrying our NMC, which is a higher voltage 14.8 volt battery, which is those might actually answer this next question. Okay.
What battery would you suggest for a 73 WA LVS 32? Anybody know what that is?
That's a Garmin.
Yeah.
Garmin.
Does.
Garmin with live scope.
For 12 hours, we'll say.
For 12 hours of operation. The next battery I have in line are 20 amp hour batteries. So whether you have a 73 SV or 93 SV with live scope, which is your traditional Garmin bundle, will come with a 93 SV with live scope. Some people are using 73s, and we're starting to see more and more people use like 10 and 12 inch screens too. So we have other products for that, but 12 plus hours with a 93 SV, a 73 SV will draw less. So you'll probably get closer, maybe 15 plus hours with the 20 amp hour battery. This one was 18 amp hours last year. So we took our base lineup, increased capacities by 10 to 20%, and really kept it in the same form factor and approximately the same weight. They increased a little bit, but nothing substantial. So 20 amp hour for 12 plus easily on a 73 SV, 93 SV. People that are running like a 7-inch or 9-inch Lowrance or Hummingbird, and it's kind of going to be kind of the same thing. The Lowrance do draw more power, and Hummingbird's pretty similar to what you're going to find with Garmin for operating times. So when you look at our charts, they're going to be fairly similar from one brand to the next. And then the step up from that is our 30 amp hour battery. This one's real popular for like your ice houses, for powering your lights and stuff like that. I should say all of them are popular for that, but this one's really good for that. But where we sell the most of these are in any of the Garmin shuttles that are out there. So we built this battery. It's our own custom mold that we used. It's just taller than our 20 amp hour by a little bit, as you can see. But this will fit in the Garmin case. And most of the other most of the shuttles that are built out there today aftermarket will fit this 30 amp hour battery, where it's going to be pretty much the largest size you could get in one of those shuttles. The 93 SV Garmin, this is 18 plus hours of operation. I've had people that, that's at full screen brightness. So if you turn your screen brightness down, which most people do, you're going to get, extended operating times with it. So the 30 is very popular. I think because we went from an 18 to a 20 this year, more people are going to be buying the 20s. I mean, it's just affordable battery, $140 for a battery that'll last you, a day plus on Garmin Live Scope or any of the live systems. Can be very popular.
So are the 18 and the 12 amp are they still available, or did you just upgraded and said goodbye to those those versions?
The 6s, 12s, and 18s are all gone.
Okay.
So you'll see 12 amp hour hit the market. It's at Shields now. They're going to have an exclusive with their 12 amp hour batteries. So look for that. If you don't see them at all stores, they received them this last month. So
okay,
we kind of blew out the rest of our inventory with Shields. So that will still be available. It's packaged with the charger. But at all of our other retailers, we're going to carry this lineup. This is, I should say, the most popular lineup that we have for ice fishing, because it'll work with anything. It'll work with your fishing electronics, and then it'll work with your LED lights and other maybe 12-volt sources that you have that you're taking out with you. That other lineup, is the NMC 19, 32, and 48 amp hour.
What's the difference between an NMC?
Sure.
And then
So it's a different lithium chemistry. So as you can see, our 32 amp hour is the exact same size as our 20. So it's like, how do you fit that much more capacity in them? NMC lithium is the same thing that you're going to find in like your cordless drill batteries, a lot of laptops and other electronics that are out there. They just have high energy density, so you can fit. I mean, they're higher voltage and they're smaller cells, so it's more dense, right? The energy is more dense, so you can go higher capacity, but they're 14.8 volt. They're the two NMCs that are on the market. There's 11.1 volt, and we just don't do that whatsoever, because 11.1 volts is, I think it's really kind of cheating you out of voltage or power. They advertise those as 12-volt batteries. We sell the 14.8 volts. So these are good for fishing electronics. A lot of your live units that are out there today, people will choose to run this. I'm not 100% set that a higher voltage will get you better image quality. I've tested both side by side, but some people swear by it. So that's why that's very popular. But these are, you won't want to power your shack lights off of a 14.8 volt battery, just because your lights will get really bright.
Yeah.
And we've seen it with all manufacturers out there. When you put it on a 14.8 volt battery, yes, it's extremely bright, but they get very hot, and they don't last. So if you're going to be powering lights, stick with this lithium iron phosphate. If you want the most power, right, the most capacity per size, you can go up to this NMC technology. It'll work on everything out there. Markham will show high voltage, but it'll still work. But it'll say high voltage on the screen. Your Humminbird units, they work great. Garmin, Lowrance, they're all tested with those. I mean, the only thing that they're not going to work with is Raymarine, and Raymarine is really not in this ice industry. So
yeah,
you don't have to worry
really
about that
yep,
much.
Yep.
No.
So basically, if you think you need something higher voltage, that's the way to go. Of course, when you're using electronics, go back to the manufacturer's, specs, and make sure that you need it / something like that will be okay, so you don't burn out your unit or whatever.
Yep. All your major brands will work fine on. These will include a charger, because they need 16.8 volts to charge. So they're included with this battery. For these here, we do not include the charger for the lithium iron phosphate. I was talking to the guys downstairs before we came up, and they said, make sure to bring up, you got to buy a charger. It's very important. Just get our lithium charger with it. We only charge $20 for a charger. I think most other companies charge like $30 plus for a lithium charger. Buy the charger, and you should be issue free the entire time you're using it. A lot of lead acid battery chargers may work in a pinch, but the number one reason why we get a phone call during the ice season is battery won't charge. And that's a lot of times due to they're using a lead acid based charger, their Vexilar charger, or whatever it happens to be. A lot of those chargers won't recognize a lithium battery needing a charge, right, until it's like 50% or below. So we see that, and they don't always put a full charge on it. So spend the extra money, get the right charger for it, and you'll thank us later, because you'll just have trouble-free performance.
That and the battery charger you have, actually, it charges them relatively quickly. I mean, it doesn't take if you drain it all the way down, it doesn't matter what battery you have, but topping it off at the end of the day, you plug it in, come back an hour, and it's probably done, if not close.
It's typically a 3 amp charger. These, we have the NMCs, we have 5 to 6 amp chargers. The lithium chargers will get hot, like your laptop charger. If your laptop charger is charging, if you actually grab that, it's pretty warm.
Oh, the computer was hot as can be after yesterday. So
right. So lithium batteries the chargers will get hot. We get that often. Why does it get so hot? Is that normal? And I think it's because you're using lithium for the first time, and you're just concerned about safety and all that you feel the charger and it's warm. That's normal. But they will charge at a 3 amp rate. Majority of your lead acid batteries maybe only charge at a 1 amp rate. So you can charge lithium a lot faster. It's safer. They're just capable of doing it.
A good rule of thumb is, if you're buying $100+ battery, don't try to shortcut it.
Yeah,
Get the
just
proper
buy the
stuff
charger.
to maintain so you can have that battery for 10 years.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
This is a very easy answer, and I could answer it for you if you want me to. I own an amped battery. Suggestions for storage in the off season.
Yes. So if you go to our website, and we did a good video on this, and we've had a couple of other staff members that have done videos on it. But yeah, go on our website, and the top of our page, there's a how-to section and proper lithium storage. We're getting that a lot right now because people have big batteries in their boats.
Yep.
But the best way to store a lithium battery during an off season is to make sure it's not stored at a depleted state, right? You don't want that battery to be dead and sitting on the shelf, because then it just loses voltage. And then you could cause damage on it. Do not connect it to anything. So don't leave it connected to your electronics. Like I said, there's that parasitic draw that'll draw your battery down no matter what type you have. So it's good to just store it not connected to any type of technology. And I like to say 50% charge rate. It's really hard to say, to put a battery in 50% charge. Don't store it dead. It's usually best not to store it at full charge if possible. So, if you go out a few hours, last time you're going to use it for the season, pull it off, store it for the off season that way. And that's usually the best way to store a lithium battery.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just charge it up at the end of the season, and unhook it, put it on a shelf, and it still works.
Yeah. It'll still work next season.
You don't have to charge it at all. You don't have to do anything fancy. Lithium. I mean, it's charge it and go. I mean, it's all, simple.
It's pretty easy. One other thing, so we came out with an accessory this year I'm pretty excited about. They've been extremely hot, and I wish I would have brought my demo unit. You can't really, it's hard to see, but it's a USB 2-port charger.
Okay.
And it has voltage on it too, so you can see the voltage of your unit. But it's very universal. We have a pole mount, so you can mount it inside of your shack if you want, and then we have a standard mount that can be mounted flush really anywhere on your fishing electronics. So we got asked that question because we've had now a couple competitors who have put USB ports on their batteries, and we tested that out for years. Don't really like it because it reduces your waterproof rating of the battery, and if you get snowpack in the USBs, and stuff can happen. And it's and having that built into the battery, it's part of the battery management system, and it's just we just don't feel that's the best way to really build them. So we came out with a separate accessory, and this can be mounted anywhere you want on fishing electronics. We sell this for $20, so it's very inexpensive.
Throw it over here.
Yeah, so it's got 2 USB ports, and it's a fast USB charger. It shows voltage, so I have it on the front of my Vexilar, and I can just easily plug right in on the front of my fishing electronics, my USB ports, whether it's a GoPro camera or my phone.
Okay.
So with the higher capacity batteries, you can now add an accessory like that and kind of get all day power. So
so it clips right onto your. Okay, yeah. So all right. So it clips right onto your battery. I'm taking it. I'm buying this, boys. Don't worry about it. Actually, we can take it out. All right. So we'll switch it over here. So it just clips right onto your batteries terminals, just with the little push-in clips. It's got the butterfly things coming off, and then
it's got, I think, a 18-inch extension cable if you needed that.
Yeah.
And then it's got a couple of different ways that
plugs into that, like so.
Yep.
And then there you go.
A couple of
Just
USB
like that.
ports. It'll display the voltage on it. It's on/off button, so that way it's not running all the time, not constantly draining your battery down. So you can turn it on or off.
Yep, little on/off push button on the end there.
It's simple. Those have been available to buy for motorcycles for use, but we just came out with the right adapter so we could adapt over to really any type of lithium or any type of shuttle or any type of everything you have now is pretty much plastic. So, I mean, you easily drill 2 holes and put 2 screws and mount that in. So, yeah, we came out with that. It's a good way to charge your product.
That's going home.
Doesn't cost an arm and a leg.
There you go. Yep. That's cool. Josh says not recommended to store on the charger or for off season.
Yes.
Be right back.
Yeah. So lithium batteries, it's okay if you fully charge them and store them. Just don't leave them on the charger. It's very different from your lead acid batteries, where a lot of times you store them on the charger all year. With lithium, they don't like to stay at 100% rate. I mean, just imagine that thing's all amped up, right? No pun intended. They're all jacked up, and it wants to kind of rest a little bit. So lithium like to rest, and that'll just help increase the life expectancy of the product over time.
Yep.
Yep.
We got a couple people saying, I think I need that USB. Pete says, yeah, I understand that, that I was just wondering, is there actually a dead charge? So, he asked, is it known if the 40 volts or ions have a dead charge when off or being stored? The parasitic thing, I think, is what he's talking about. Yeah, I understand that. I was just wondering if there actually is a dead charge. Okay. Yeah. Don't forget that Amped Outdoors has fantastic jigs at great prices.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, the jig markets. It's big. We don't have anything special.
Yeah.
But knowing for them at shows, that's about it. But we have full assortment here. Check us out, ampedoutdoors.com. Those USB chargers we have, they've been very popular. We've only had about 1,000 of them left, so to say.
Yeah.
I'm
probably going to use it for like just camping more than actually having on my unit. I got a bunch of extra batteries around. It's like, well, take that plug that in there, and who knows what you use it for. I'm always looking for solutions to use up all the batteries that I have laying around when I go out, so I don't run out of power.
Yep. I brought a bunch of them for Tad. He's going out in his deer camp, and they want to have, individual chargers for everybody for them. So they're using them for that. And Thorn is the only one that actually carries them in retail space. So come on down here. They'll have them in stock. All of our batteries and the USB port adapter. And always check us out. Like I said, ampedoutdoors.com. We have all that stuff on there as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Matt, hey, appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks again.
Appreciate it. Was that yours
Thanks
or
for
was
what you
that
do.
their charger?
That's theirs.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was
I
going to say, I
forgot
don't pack it back up and give
Right.
it to you. But
Right.
all right, ampedoutdoors.com. If you're going to be at Ramsey or any of the other shows, they'll be there. So, all righty, sir.
Check us out.
Thank you much.
You bet. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go.
It's I'm trying to think back in the day when I used just before this technology came out, and it's hard to think back that I even used that stuff. You know what I mean?
Lead, yeah.
It's like second
hauling
nature
around.
for me.
Yeah.
I have 4 or 5 amped batteries that I use for all kinds of things.
Yep.
It's awesome. Awesome stuff.
You don't have to haul them around, and they're heavy. And
Well, I
it's
just picked up my old, I have a backup FL 8 or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
And I was just grabbing stuff to bring up north. Well, I don't have a lithium battery in that one yet because it's a backup.
Well, you can
I never
talk
use
to that
it.
guy right there. He'll sell you
I'll
one.
get one. But I never it's a backup. Thankfully, I've never had to use it, right? So I've just pretty much forgotten about it, but just grabbing it, it's like, what the hell? Why is this so heavy?
You pick up a new flasher or something, and like I've done before, and you don't even think about it. You're just like, okay, I've got the flasher in hand. I got to go find me an amped battery. Like it's like an automatic thing. Like I'm making tacos. I got the ground beef. I got to find the shells.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. We got Aaron Templin coming on here in just a minute. But first, we just got to tell you guys, hey, share the live stream. Greatly appreciate that. Make sure you change that share in the settings to public so we see it, and you can get entered in to win a whole bunch of stuff, gift cards and guide trips, and we got stuff for you. It's always a good time doing that, but we greatly appreciate the support. Thanks to the sponsors, Clam, Glacier, and Thorn Brothers. And if you are heading to the show or after the show, come on in, sit down, join the show here at Thorn Brothers. Just come on up.
Here.
We got a Kichler rod we're giving away.
Yeah,
so,
you register for that. We have a mic here where you can ask questions if you want.
Yep.
And it's still morning, so if you want to come by and bring some coffee and donuts,
coffee would be good.
Totally fine with
coffee.
that.
Yeah, dark roast. Thank you very much. And of course, support these two guys and what they do. The Lone Angler and Full Scale Outdoors podcasts, social medias, all that good stuff. Please take care of these guys too. Show them some love. They're what makes this show, not just me. Plain and simple.
It's mostly
makes the show
Patrick.
fun anyway.
It's mostly Doug.
Just mostly Doug, mostly Patrick. All right, let's bring in Aaron Templin. Just give us a thumbs up. Let us know that you're ready. Bam, bing, bong, bang. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Hanging in there, man.
Perfect.
Great.
Good to see you. Good to see you guys back for another year.
Yeah, thank you.
So definitely fun. How's it going down at the Thorn Brothers?
Good. We got a nice new beautiful room to look at, instead of rod benches and all this stuff all over the place. A little less stressful.
A little less cluttered.
Yeah. So they did a great job with their updating and having a good time.
Fun. Well, I guess we can go into it here on kind of who we are and
Yep.
discuss a little bit of that. I guess we've been around now for a little while, so guys, I don't think it's a super secret anymore. So we are Two Brothers Innovations. So we've got Elliott Rods and 2B Fishing. We were founded by Paul and Greg Thorne. They are custom rod builders who actually are the founders of the store that you were in and sold it back in the 90s and went on to do other things from there and other things in the outdoor market, and then came back together and started another rod company, and then it became Elliott Rods and 2B Fishing. So very cool stuff there. And we've got kind of a really exciting ice lineup, and I'm going to go into kind of new products and things like that. So
hey, before we get into products, how is the supply going to be this year for you guys? Just to kind of let people know.
Good. I think it's going to be good. So we've got over 60 dealer locations, and most of those people already have product. So we've been shipping like crazy. Things have really shook out for us. We got on it early and got our product out the door, and we're continuously pumping product out the door to the dealers. So I think it's going to be good. I think if you visit our website at twobrothers.innovations.com, you're going to be able to see all those dealer locations. And go and pick the rods up and give them a look, and they are going to have rods in stock. So I think it's going to be a really good season.
Awesome. Good to hear. We can actually buy stuff this year. Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, let's break into some new stuff. And I'll actually, since Patrick knows you guys better than I do and knows kind of what you do, I'm going to kind of let you lead this one here, Patrick.
Yeah. Let's do it, Aaron. Let's do it.
Perfect. Yeah. So for the people that don't know, we have over 27 ice rod models between Elliott and 2B. So it has really grown since we started in 2018, and we definitely push really hard to raise that bar and to do things that are different. And one of those key things for people that don't know about Elliott's is this handle material right here. This is one of the things that we're really well known for. It's unique to us. We do also sell some of this material to others, but this is Syncork material. So Syncork is the thing that Greg Thorne created, I think around 2006, 2007, maybe earlier. Maybe I misspoke on that. Either way, Syncork doesn't retain any water, no hand lotions, not going to break down like a traditional cork. And as you can see, it's a very unique finish. It's got a really awesome grip to it. You can hang on to it all day. It's super lightweight. The bite sensitivity is awesome. And that is one of the things that really sets us apart and really raises that bar. And we put them on all of our Elliott models, and we absolutely love this stuff. It lasts forever. It's just a really awesome handle material with Syncork. And I know that Thorne Brothers used the Syncork as well on some of their models. And it's just it's a great handle material. As you can see, this is, I'll go into the 3 new models first, and then we'll kind of bounce back into the Evolution series, which released last season, but it's gotten really popular and really kind of changed the way that we ice fish. So starting out in the Odyssey lineup, we actually have 3 new Odyssey rods this year. And if you've been around Elliott for a while, you know what the Odyssey is. They are these translucent fiberglass blanks. We released the original Odyssey probably 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Now we've brought out the trilogy. So you'll see all of them are just written out, the Odyssey. Hopefully you guys can see that pretty well. They've got kind of a bullnose traditional handle style, which is a little bit different than our normal Elliott stuff. Our Elliott stuff has got a lot of ergonomics to it. These we kind of went with a more traditional Tennessee bullnose, which guys were asking for and certain people like, and I think they're really comfortable. This is a 32-inch super noodle. So anybody that's been around a regular Odyssey and really love that noodle rod we've lightened it up. So this tip is crazy soft.
Wow.
And I mean like crazy, barely touch it, super soft. And it comes into the meat really well. And this is an extra fast. So you're talking a 32-inch super noodle, extra fast. We've wrapped the tips in red this year, so it's going to show up really good on the ice, even though it's that translucent blank. It's got the really awesome variegated thread. It's got PVD coated guides like all of our Elliott stuff does. So, and that's in the 32-inch. Now, being that it's the Trilogy, we have 3 models under there. Next, you step into, and hopefully you guys can see this through the camera, this is the Odyssey 36-inch. So now you're jumping up to 36 inches. A little bit longer handle, but it is still that bullnose Tennessee in sin cork. Same red tip, but now a fast action. But this is also a noodle. So a 36-inch noodle, really soft, comes into the meat really well. Hopefully you guys can see that.
Oh, yeah.
Same great PVD coated guides, variegated thread, and a 36-inch. So as you can see the trend, even with our Trilogy stuff, we're getting longer. We absolutely love the longer rods. Love our short rods also, but same with our Evolution stuff. The length and the running and gunning on the ice and with forward-facing sonar, we spend a lot of time standing up, running fish down, and it's a really good time.
Yeah.
So that's the 36-inch noodle fast. Now we step up to complete the Trilogy, and this is I really like this rod.
Let me guess, it's a 48-inch rod.
It's actually a 6'2". No,
Medium heavy fast action flipping rod.
No, this is the Odyssey 40. So
40, okay.
a straight 40-inch noodle fast. That tip is really sweet. I mean, you can see I'm just holding my hand still, and that little bugger's wiggling. Super sensitive. Wrap that up in line. Drop your tungsten down. Make it happen. Odyssey 40-inch. So that completes the Trilogy, and we're really excited about these rods for this season. Noodle fasts. Everybody loves really cool panfish rods, and I mean, they look sweet. They perform phenomenal. We're really happy about the Trilogy.
The one thing I can say is what Paul and Greg and Aaron do very well with these rods is that transition from that noodle to what Aaron calls the meat. It's a very nice transition. It's not this abrupt deal. If you notice when he bent that, it wasn't this really soft, and then all of a sudden there's this point.
Yeah, it's almost like a 90. I've seen that on some rods where it's like almost a 90. I mean,
yeah,
that's a little bit of
they're really
exaggeration,
good at figuring out that taper and really making a transition nice.
Correct. Yeah, and that's why we like it even in a 40-inch rod, you know. Just take the 40-inch out again. When you start bending that, I mean, the tip's obviously going to be quick, but then as it's coming into the meat, it's still rolling with you.
Yeah. It's got really.
They're sweet, and obviously that's the kind of stuff you're going to get with Greg Thorne and Paul Thorne at the helm.
Well, because you hook into a bigger fish, a bass or a walleye or a pike, you get some of those real sharp breaking, actions and whatnot, and goodbye rod.
Yeah, it just looks like it's going to snap right there.
Yep, exactly. Where, and that'll, there's cushion to that thing, but a panfish isn't going to pull hard enough to get into that backbone a lot of times. So
exactly, and and that's the fun part. And like I said, we start talking length, and I can go into obviously 2 rods that got released last season that sold out crazy fast, and we've got rocking and rolling for this season, and a lot of the dealers are going to have them. And this is our Evolution series. And for the people that don't know about the Evolution series, they come in 5 models. They're really, really cool. They're longer length ice rods. And the actions to fit for whether you're panfish all the way up to your big walleye stuff. And this is purely running and gunning. You don't have to beat your knees up on the side of the hole. I know we discussed it on last year's show. And this has got the orange tip. We're going to start out with the 42-inch noodle. And we brought the noodle out last year, and it was a huge hit. The noodle was really, really awesome. So these are a little different. They have a split grip, little poodle on the end, really kind of a comfortable standard grip. And again, like Patrick mentioned, it is a Elliott rod, so it's going to come in really nice.
Can you get one of those with the Tennessee handle, the full handle?
You can't get them with the full handle. No, you're going to have to go Odyssey if you're looking for just a straight handle.
Okay, all right.
So then that's the noodle, 42-inch noodle, and then one that we released last season. I'm going to go over. Obviously, I'll go through all the models. No problem.
Yeah.
44-inch ultralight. That's the next one. Comes in. Now, this is an extra fast. So it's going to come into the meat a little bit quicker. But a lot of guys I say this is the Swiss Army knife of rods in the Evolution lineup. Fiberglass blank. And a lot of guys are using it for dead sticks even. So I know Tom Boley, if you watch Tom Boley on YouTube, uses it as a dead stick as well as takes it pan fishing. It just depends on how he has it rigged up. And that action's very unique, and it is in a 44-inch length, so you can do a lot of damage with that rod. And it'll handle everything. Once you come into that backbone all the way back in, there's a lot of meat there.
Yeah, which a big fish is going to still test that backbone. So
yes, it will. Absolutely. Next up is you have your 44-inch light. An absolute favorite for sure. Just a 44-inch light. Really cool, small, weighs absolutely nothing for 44 inches. Really, really awesome. Same PVD coated guides. Just a great all-purpose perch, walleye, everything you want to get into.
Patrick's over here nodding his head like,
I have all three of them.
Patrick likes that rod, I have a feeling.
I have all three of them, and all three of them get year-round use.
Yep.
So next from there would go to a 42-inch medium.
This one,
really cool rod. And then, so this would be your smaller walleye, perch, you name it, comes into the meat really nice. Carbon, weighs absolutely nothing. PVD coated guides. That's your run and gun special. Really, really like this rod. Really, really like this rod. 42-inch medium. And the new rod that I've gotten really excited about that we released last season. So I'm a power fisherman. I like running and gunning. I like moving fast, and I like presenting baits in a fast, aggressive manner. So out came the 45-inch medium extra fast. So you're talking more meat, more power, rattle baits, jigging wraps, bigger spoons, the things that we're getting into now, obviously, as we're running and gunning and chasing forward-facing sonar through the ice. This is the Wild West frontier now with forward-facing sonar. So species are going to be chased in all sorts of different ways. Rattle baits, everything you can handle, comes into the meat really well. A lot of backbone in there. It's going to handle all those big fish you're running down. And really, really like the 45 medium extra fast Evolution.
Running big rattle baits and sometimes the big glide baits, puppet minnows, stuff like that. You need a rod that matches up with that bait so you can actually get a good cadence down. A lot of times a big meat stick is just that. It's a stick. There's no feel to it. So I'm still, trying to find the perfect rod. I think I'm close, but there's I know my jigging wraps, I need to find something where I can feel that bait and it's one with me, because the cadence sometimes is everything. And then when the fish hits, it's going to take a hell of a shock right away. So you need something that's got some give, but still a good backbone so you can drive those hooks home as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's what I think that 45 fits. And obviously, if you're not into the long rod game, Evolution game, we've got the Rip and Ice. We've got the Nomad. Nomad for this season has a straight grip on it, no split grip. Check that out on our website. You can go to twobrothersinnovations.com and check out both brands. And we've got those actions that carry through even into the smaller models. Obviously, I just highlighted Evolution and the Trilogy because it's new stuff here. But that's where a lot of the ideas and the fish fighting capabilities have come from. And with Paul and Greg Thorne designing and building that, I think the actions play through, and it's a real treat to fight a fish on an Elliott rod. Definitely, I personally dump less fish with the actions right. And being able to, that fish gets to play through the rod. Even like our summer rods, we came out with that bobber rod, and I've been waiting my entire fishing career to have a slip float rod that I get to go chase big walleyes with and not dump them and not fight them halfway to the boat and have them fall off because they go on one big run with a fine wire hook. And I landed every single one, and it was awesome.
Aaron, we got a question here from Jason. What are your options for putting a reel on? Do they come with reel seats, or do you use rubber bands? And I know you guys got a kit.
Yeah. So if you go to twobrothers-innovations.com, I don't have one in front of me. Poo on me for not grabbing one. Rod and reel tape kit. So go to twobrothers-innovations.com. We sell a kit that has all the tape in it. From start to finish. You can go and watch the video on exactly how to put it on. And that's a great option. So we've got a rod and reel tape kit. You can buy one kit, handles one reel to put onto your rod. So it's just a couple series of tape. There's fiberglass wound tape in there, and then a nice coating tape for over the top that really gives it a nice feel. So
and I know,
go check out the rod and reel tape kits. We sell those, and
and a lot of people are concerned about the tape. I've been using it for years, but with that syn cork and the tape, it doesn't rip the syn cork apart.
Correct.
And so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Syn cork is pretty darn tough stuff. It can handle a lot. And those tape kits, it's all about securing the reel to the rod in a very, very secure format. So having that fiberglass wound tape is nice.
Especially when you're dealing with a 45-inch rod ripping big baits.
100%. Yes, 100%.
Panfish, throw a couple of slices of electrical tape and you're fine. Big fish, you got to make sure that it's secure.
Yeah, so definitely go to twobrothers-innovations.com, check out our rod and reel tape kits. They're actually awesome. I found it to where just grab a bunch of them. Whenever you need one, open them up. You can switch stuff out. I want to go through quick, guys, not to bounce back, but to be fishing.
Yeah. Can you explain?
We didn't talk to be. We talked a lot of Elliott. So obviously, under Two Brothers Innovations, we've got to be fishing.
Yeah.
I grabbed 3 to talk about. You can check us out, twobrothers-innovations.com. But we also do the 2B ice stuff, and I love the 2B ice stuff. I grabbed some of my favorites right here. Got the Mag Lurchin. I know Patrick loves the Mag Lurchin rod. So a 34-inch medium comes into the meat really nice. It's a perch, small walleye. Do everything rod. And I really, really like the Mag Lurchin. I catch myself just perching, hanging out, doing the thing. Next would be like a ultimate nude. So noodle rods, you're talking 34 inches in length. And again, you're going to get the same great stuff. Comes into the meat really nice, not too sharp. Noodle rod, 34 inches, and 2B ice. And this is a rubberized cork. So we call it Army cork. So it's a condensed, very, very dense, awesome bite sensitivity transfer through it. Little different than a regular cork. So it's really, really cool stuff. Unique thought process that decided to go.
That cork isn't going to pit out. It's not going to pit out. It's going to hold together really well.
Compressed with some rubberized in it. And then my favorite little spoon rod, the Spoon Daddy.
Yep.
Been out for a while now, but what a sweetheart this rod is. Extra fast, comes into the meat, but we talked about cadence and what you need to have to manipulate the bait you're looking for, like Doug said, and I think the Spoon Daddy does just that. Plenty of backbone, not too soft of a tip. Really, really enjoy the Spoon Daddy. So again, you can go to twobrothersinnovations.com and check out both brands. We've got Elliott and we've got 2B. I really, really like the 2B stuff as well. So we can't forget about those. And you can definitely visit our 60 dealer locations. So, and those
Eric,
will be listed on the website.
Can you give us a quick rundown of what's the difference between Elliott and 2B materials and price breakdown and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's just it's subtle differences. So obviously Elliott is going to be, I don't want to say top tier. It's just different. You've got the Syncork handles. You've got a higher density carbon, same PVD coated guides and things like that. So there's little differences in actions and construction. So Elliott's, a lot of the stuff is done in-house. We do a lot of the handle stuff and things like that in-house, where the 2B is just a little bit different. But the Army cork different than the Syncork. PVD coated guides different, and different actions. So we just wanted two different lines and two different price points, and that's kind of how it breaks down that way.
Yeah, and both of them fish really, really well.
Really nice.
Yeah, I've got a pile of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about our summer stuff. The 2B stuff is turning itself into, like, we talk about the Genesis models. And I know this is an ice show, but we are darn proud of that Genesis lineup. It's a very Midwest concentric walleye lineup, and I catch myself filling my boat up with Genesis rods, and it's been a real treat to see that what would be considered a different or lower price point than Elliott just absolutely perform.
Awesome.
Do you guys sell blanks at all?
We are in the process of working some of that stuff out. So stay posted. You're going to see some stuff go out in the near future.
And then we got one more question here. What is the best all-around rod? If you were to get one rod to give somebody to start using your rods, what would you give them?
I guess it depends on species, on what you're going to do best all around. I would say if you're, that is a hard question, boys.
You know, here would be my go-to.
Big panfish to smallish.
Yeah, I want Patrick to answer this one.
Let's go, Pat.
I'm kind of weird like this, because I do
weird like just like that,
well,
or weird just all around.
I have a tendency to fish for anything.
Yep.
And if I could only take one, I would probably take the mag lurchin. Just in the simple fact that I can handle some walleyes with it. I can also finesse some bluegills and deep water crappies with it. I think it's got the right finesse to it. Also, the correct meat to handle just about anything you can throw at it. That's in my opinion.
I like that answer, Patrick. I really do. I like that answer.
Yep. I think it's got the right length, and like I said, you can finesse with it. You can also do a little bit of what we would call light power, very similar to some other phrase we've used before. But yeah, I think that'd be a good all around. That would be my first go-to grab if I could only take one with me, is the mag lurchin.
Perfect. I like that answer.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. We got 1 minute left. If you got anything else to show us, to talk about, have at it.
I don't. I would definitely encourage you guys to check out the website at twobrothersinnovations.com. We've got new stuff popping up on there all the time. We're constantly trying to raise that bar, and elevate and definitely innovate of what we're doing and what we're trying to do. This is something that Paul and Greg Thorne have done their entire careers. Obviously, Paul and Greg are both in the Minnesota Hall of Fame now. Greg just got inducted, so hats off to him on that. That's awesome stuff. And then check out our dealer locations that are on there. Like I said, come in, pick the rods up, definitely wiggle them around. I think you're going to like what's going on. So
cool.
Check out all the Evolution stuff. Check out the Trilogy in the Odyssey stuff. Check out our regular lineup of stuff. I think we have something that's going to fit for everyone.
Almost definitely.
Yep. All right. Real quick, best dead stick rod. What would you suggest for a dead stick rod?
The dead stick under
It's just
2B
called-
we
it's just
have.
called the dead stick. Okay, I don't know all these companies' names for their rods.
I
How do
got it. No. Yeah. So under 2B fishing,
What
we
would you
have
use
a
for a
rod that
baseball
is
bat?
the dead stick. It's an awesome dead stick rod. We really, really love the dead stick rod. Answers it. Named it for it.
Perfect.
Make it
Well, so
happen.
many companies name their stuff other things. It's
Yeah.
yeah. So you never know what they're going to call this and that and the other.
Yeah, no, we've got a dedicated dead stick rod under 2B fishing. So the dead stick, it's an awesome rod for that purpose.
All right. Aaron, thank you very much for joining us again. We appreciate it, sir. Good luck this season.
Thank you, Aaron.
You guys as well. Thank you guys
Sure.
so much for putting this on again. It's really, really great.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. See you later. All right, there you go. 2B Elliott showing us some pretty cool rods. If you're a rod junkie, well, we got another company coming up here in just a second. Tuned Up Custom Rods. They're in the building, and so can you. You can come on up here to Thorne Brothers. Join us. We got kids in the building now too. We got a whole gaggle of kids going on there. Hi, kids.
Hello.
They look excited.
Those look like future anglers of Minnesota.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. All right, everybody, do us a favor. Share the live stream. Share. Change that share to public, the settings on that to public, so we can see that you shared, because you're going to get entered in to win a whole bunch of stuff. Gift cards, $250 gift card from Horn Dog Maps. How about that? We got a Kishler rod getting given away. We got a float tube fishing trip from Patrick. We got fishing trip from Dale. We got all sorts of stuff. I don't know. Maybe we can talk these next guys into giving away a hat. I don't know. The one on his
Right
head.
off
He'll even
there,
sign it for you.
yeah.
But anyway, we got all that stuff. Thank you to Clam, Thorne Brothers, and Glacier Ice Houses. Patrick, give us a fun fact for Glacier.
Oh my gosh. What we are RVIA certified.
What the heck is RVIA?
That is a very important certification. We get inspected, and from the it's a nationwide industry of standards. So when you buy a Glacier Ice House, you know that it is certified, that everything is done correctly and to code and spec.
So it's safe.
Correct.
Nice. Awesome. All right. Let's see. We got Nate. Nate's saying nice hat, Dale.
It is a nice hat.
Talking about rods. Oh, good Lord. It's a rod day, apparently. That's awesome. Let's see here. I think we got everything covered. So let's bring in a couple of guys here from Tuned Up Custom Rods. Hi, fellas.
How's it
Hey, guys.
going?
Good.
What's going
Is this
on?
close enough here? I can't hear myself.
Pull it a little closer.
I'm supposed to look at the camera, not up in the ceiling.
No, you
Not-
can look- you
I
can
can't
look
look
at
at you
us.
guys, right? I have to look at the
Yeah,
camera.
you can look at us.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
don't-
That's fine.
Either
way.
Mike, check.
Check.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I'm
You're
good.
You're good.
Yeah, John's good.
Yeah,
John's good.
Tuned
We're
Up
pros at
Custom.
this now.
Tuned Up Custom Rods.
How's it going?
Good.
Good to see you again, man.
Yes, good to see you.
Yeah.
Pat.
Man, you guys got another. Did you guys change buildings since this show, or was it in between the last two shows?
I was in between the last two shows.
Yeah, we were in
Okay.
the same building last year.
Okay. All right. And I don't think I've been to that new building yet.
No.
Before, you guys were literally like across the street from one of my accounts for my day-to-day job.
Yeah.
So I could just kind of stop in, see what's going on, and go, all right, cool.
Yeah, the new
I'll leave you guys alone because you're busy as hell.
the new move was good. It's a bigger building, a little bit less retail space, more focused on being able to ship stuff out.
Yep.
Because as the business changed a little bit, more and more people were shopping online during COVID.
Right.
That was the big thing. So
Yep.
we were able to ship faster and more product out.
Awesome.
It's not too far away though. You can still
No,
stop
yeah,
by.
I know. It's just a little bit far out of my route that I
Sure,
take for work.
sure.
It's for work, but I'll come. You guys always have a yearly kind of, I don't want to say party, but
Get together.
Get
kind
to
of
open
sort
house.
of open house. That's the word I'm
Yeah.
looking for. Yeah, open house. Yeah.
I
When
was
is
like, we
that?
have lots of parties. No,
Well, and I get invited to 0 of them.
Same.
We'll just
no,
see
it
if
was
they're
just that
invited.
last incident.
Yeah. I was on their podcast once and took my shirt off. Excuse me. So shipping, COVID, all that good stuff, supply chain.
Supply
this
chain
year.
has been better this year.
Okay.
Absolutely. Last year it was rough, more of on the employee side and just getting physical people into the shop and build.
Yep.
We still have challenges with that.
Yeah, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, can barely get a burrito at Taco Bell these days. So
Yeah,
We
or,
are still
or
looking for people. So
yeah.
if you go on the Tuned Up website, there is still a spot to
We're still
So sign
hiring.
up.
It's
There
a
you
fun
go.
place to work. You
Yeah.
get to work with a bunch of rod geeks.
There you
So-
go. Yeah. If you're in a
Been
rod
there.
building, heck, there you go.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I
Uh,
stopped there this morning on the way here, and there was a young girl in there working just by herself. It's a pretty good opportunity for people who want some kind of flexibility.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
it's not-
and here's the deal. Not a lot of people think women wrap rods. They are. It's a growing group of rod, and they're great at it because they take their jobs way more serious than us. They're more detail orientated than guys are.
Absolutely. And they
Yeah,
actually have an
100%.
attention span.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's actually for
What
guys.
were we talking about?
What are we
Oh,
doing?
we're live.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez Louise.
No, but I mean, it's serious. Some of the women rappers and finishers, they understand how it looks and it's how it's supposed to, everything works.
Yeah.
And plus they can, spend 5 minutes mixing epoxy and not go off and do something else.
Right. Not saying
get
that.
distracted.
Not saying that the guys that are wrapping rods aren't doing a good job, but the gals just have a little more. Yeah.
They understand it better.
Yep. They're there to do a job, and they do that job really
Less
well. So
less apt to be distracted by fish talk.
Yeah, not many of them are jaw jacking about catching what they caught that evening or
Yeah.
something.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly. All right, tuned up. Let's talk.
So
what do we got?
I don't know if we actually
I
brought
don't
this.
think we brought that last year.
So we redesigned our Power Precision. It was our oldest rod model. It was roughly around a 20-year-old design. We revamped it, completely changed it, but we still called it the Power Precision. So it's still your power walleye rod, jig and wraps, bigger spoons. It's got a kind of I wouldn't say ultra fast action. It's more of a mod fast to fast action. But we also introduced a carbon fiber handle, which is an ultralight synthetic handle, real hand laid carbon fiber with, I don't know if you can see this, it's a flat on here. So when you put the reel underneath there, you can tape it up in any spot and it makes for a perfectly smooth round transition. This rod, it took, the carbon fiber took about 2 years to develop, but this rod is ultra sensitive.
Yeah. Well, and another thing too is that you're already dealing with a big rod, big reel, heavy this, heavy that. It helps lighten that load up.
Yeah.
So if you are sitting there ripping, it's not as tiring.
Well, and if you feel this, it takes, our rods are really light anyways. It took it from really light to almost obscene light. It just, there's no weight to this thing. It kind of floats in your hands with like a Stratic or one of the lightweight reels. It really, really makes a big difference. And what I found, I basically use this rod and a 32 or 34 for every walleye situation now.
Okay.
With the carbon fiber handle, I can fish light spoons to heavy spoons, and the rod is forgiving enough. You can catch a big walleye or you can catch smaller walleyes with it too.
Awesome.
Probably the biggest change to it is the actual taper on the blank. So the original Power Precision was a lot more of a limited rod. It was really a narrow band of what you would use it for. When this one, we designed it to be much more of a versatile kind of all use rod that is heavier. It fishes very similar to the Precision, which is our most popular walleye rod, but it's just slightly stiffer.
Yeah.
So
And it's got a way better backbone.
Yeah.
So it's you can hook into some pretty big fish and have zero issues.
Yeah.
10-pound walleye is it's easy for this rod. And then you also can catch a 12-inch walleye and still make it feel like a decent sized fish.
Yeah. Every 12-inch walleye feels like a decent sized fish to me because I don't catch many.
Especially the first ones of the year. You're like, oh, and you're like, I got a giant. You bring it up, you're like, 12 inches. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say that.
It's like a 3-pound bass on spinning gear. It's like, oh, this thing's a giant. Oh, well, it's if we cull it, I won't be mad.
But that's the truth. That first fish of the year, everybody, I always think they're a giant. Because
Well,
there's always that little bit of a gap between November deer hunting to first ice where I have zero. I don't touch a fishing rod.
Yeah.
And they all feel gigantic.
Can we all apologize in advance to at least the first half day of fishing that we go on to those fish that we catch, the panfish,
Wow.
for literally ripping their faces halfway off because we're used to, jaw jacking some bass or some big walleye or whatever throughout the summer on a long run.
And even in the fall bite where they're super aggressive,
Yeah.
you go to ice and they're just they just tap and you just give her the beans and you're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, come up. It's like, well, I'll keep you because your mouth is hanging halfway off.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've brought up a pair of lips before.
Yeah.
It happens.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have a question because I can actually read so
there we go. How long does it take to make a custom rod? Looking at getting some for Christmas.
4 to 5 weeks right now.
Okay.
So we're getting into that point where you should order now.
If you want a Christmas, you better
Yeah.
like today.
Well, and also we people are like, oh, 4 to 5 weeks, and and they'll order on December 1st. And I'm like, you do realize that Christmas is like 3 weeks away from December 1st. If you look at shipping times and everything else, they always get extended during the holidays.
Yep.
And every year we struggle at trying to keep up with shipping times.
Yep.
Because they go from 1 day to 3 days to 5 days to 9 days. And you're like,
Yeah.
I got your rod done in 3 weeks, but it took 4 weeks to ship there.
Right. Because you're not the only one ordering. So you're on the list, and then they have to make it, which is a few days. I mean, there's a drying process and all this stuff. And then there's the government or whoever you're shipping it through.
Yeah.
I mean, Lord knows if, you know,
look at
it'll show up.
Amazon nowadays. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, and it was always 2 days. Now it's 4 to 5.
Yeah. And there's a lot
And
of
that's with Prime.
And that's sometimes it's like, oh, it didn't show up the 5th day. Oh, it's going to be the 6th day. Oh, there was a driver delay. And you're like, well, this is not Prime anymore. This is
Right. Why am I paying $120
subprime.
a year for this service, and it's not happening?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's, I always tell people, I said, you just got to be patient, especially with shipping lead times. We have no control. As soon as we put it in a tube, slap a label on it, we can do all we can. But until it shows up at your door, I can't do anything.
Right.
I can call the driver at Speedy and harass him, and he'd say, I've been working from 7 o'clock until midnight every day for the last month. I don't know what to do.
I mean, that's only going to get worse the closer to Christmas you get.
Yes.
Right.
And it's always that Christmas Eve, which is those guys, I think, just work 100%. They work until they have no packages left.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, they tried.
Yeah. And this goes with anything you order, any custom rods, baits, whatever it is, order it now.
Yeah.
Because it's going to,
And it just give these companies a little time to process it.
Right.
If you're calling on December 22nd for a custom rod, it's going to be impossible.
Yep. Yeah. And custom rods are custom.
Gonna
They're
make a great Valentine's Day present.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, good thing my birthday's in July. At least it'll be here for that.
Well,
So
I
the
think
huge bulk of that time is not shipping though. That 4 to 5 weeks, it's
building.
It's 4 weeks of building the rod and
Yep.
then a couple of days of shipping. So it's not something that could be like expedited if you pay more for some special shipping. That's how long it takes to make the
Yep.
rod.
Yep.
That doesn't actually, it only cuts like 1 day off if you get, next day air. And it's like, well, it's, $100 extra to do next day air. I'm like, it doesn't really help the whole process. It's
Right.
not
Now,
like-
if I order something from you, can I just come pick it up?
yes, you can come pick it up. We're
So there.
still open.
No, I know, Kendra, you don't live here, but for those of you that are in the area, you can skip the whole shipping thing, order it, and pick it up when it's ready.
That's what we always recommend is picking it up. Because then the moment it's done, we will send you a notification online. Hey, it's done. If we don't hear anything back in a couple of days, usually we'll call you and just come pick it up. We are going to be expanding our hours next week back to having night hours for the first time in 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's been tough. I mean, trying to get people to work at night has been a
Oh yeah.
challenge.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a with my job, there's actually a delivery service that brings us stuff, and their employees don't want to work on Monday, Halloween, overnight filling those trucks that deliver our stuff. So now our shipment is delayed a day.
That's weird to not work on
I
Halloween.
don't
But I
know.
mean, I get it with,
But yeah,
with
so there
little
you go.
kids right now. I don't want to work Halloween, but
Gotcha.
I'll be there.
Oh, that's right. She does live in Minnesota. I forgot
Oh.
about it. She's just in Las Vegas.
A lot of
Yeah.
people do
Yeah.
like to come into the shop too because it's neat. You can come in and see the whole process.
Oh yeah.
See the rods being built.
Yeah.
See
You guys are very open with the process. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
come on in and talk to people, walk around, and they'll show you everything. So
yeah, there's no secrets. It's not like our shop is part of the store. So you walk in, you can see the entire process happening. You can see, I still personally touch probably 90% of the rods.
Yep.
I don't want to do that always, but it's
like you could stop.
yeah.
You could stop yourself.
No.
Everybody jokes that I have like an
It's-
addiction, and Patrick will be the first one to know that it's like a drug.
Oh,
like
yeah.
building these is like a drug, and you keep kind of regurgitating it, and you're like, oh, I don't want to do this to myself this year, and then you're in there
Oh,
7
yeah.
days a week.
Well, if like I hired somebody to replace me on this show, you don't think I'd be sitting in that very first chair watching like a hawk with my own laptop, watching my screen, trying to make sure everything runs right,
oh, absolutely.
holding up cue cards like ask this question, ask this question.
We do still carry the catch bump boards. We have those in stock. We have the long ones in stock. We'll get the short ones again. The short ones were amazing last year, just because fish don't freeze to them as fast.
Yep.
Being plastic, they can just
They're super lightweight.
Yep.
And
And-
have that cupping so that the fish can't roll out. They're perfect.
And they don't seem to break.
No.
I don't know how they make whatever plastic.
Carbonate.
You
I
can
think, right?
It's a polycarbonate.
Something like that.
I don't know. You
Yeah.
can drive
They
over
have-
them. You can do all kinds of stuff to them, and they never seem to.
Catch makes heavier, like metallic boards too.
They're
We have
aluminum.
the plastic ones.
All right. Well, let's talk more rods. What you
Yeah.
got?
So we got.
This is a debut.
This
is breaking
This
news.
is breaking news as of.
Oh, son.
We are introducing something.
Let's go.
So we have our fusion rod we've had out for a couple of years now. We're building it in black, and then we partnered up with Ice Strong to make a spring bobber that was up to our specifications. His titanium doesn't fail when it's cold. This thing has worked awesome for that mid-season crappie bite that's just ultra negative. What's nice on a fusion is the spring will allow it to load up a little bit, but then the fusion backbone is perfect for setting the hook on a big crappie. This rod has been dynamite. We're going to have them for the first time as an in-stock rod, and just people who can just pick them up. They're going to be a 32-inch with a straight EVA handle and a green spring bobber, which is good for 4 and 5 millimeters. And then we're also going to have a split grip fusion, pink wraps, 32-inch with the light 2 to 3 millimeter spring bobber. And I know a lot of people are like, well, you guys have done the noodle and the bullwhip for so long. That's been your kind of mainstay rods. And I will agree, but there are certain situations where that spring is just, you can't get away from it. When they're so negative, they don't move. Mid-February where it's cold, it's been just, the fish have been in the basin for so long and they're not moving at all. This thing will allow you to fish a 2 to 3 millimeter jig, 30 feet of water, and still get a good hook set. It won't, with the fusion, it's not going to bend all the way to the cork. It's going to be a real solid hook set, and you can catch some big crappies.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between a noodle rod and even some of those super noodles or whatever those are called that are super flexible.
Or that they bend all the way to the handle.
There's a difference between that tip and a spring bobber. They're different. So,
yeah, we've had a lot of people asking for spring bobber rods for years, and our hardest thing was getting a bobber that we felt comfortable with. So these ones are permanently attached. They're wrapped right into the rod, but with that, you can still choose to either go through the bobber itself or not. So you don't have to fish it as a spring bobber rod all the time.
Right,
If you want to use the fusion as a traditional spoon rod or for a small spoon for crappies or whatever, you can certainly do that, or you can go through there, and it's a much more versatile platform.
Yep. Can we cover how to store a spring bobber on a rod
Yes,
so you don't open it up and it's already pre-bent?
So
permanently?
these are pretty tough, I will admit.
Ice Strong, those guys, they're great. They do make a great spring bobber,
but here's the condition: do not leave this tip loaded like this, which a lot of people do. Actually, that should be a number one thing on everybody's rods. I won't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a spring bobber or not. Don't leave it loaded.
I leave them completely unloaded, and springs I leave them completely unloaded, and make sure when I put them in the case they're straight, and this spring is not bent like this or not bent like this, because they can take a set, and if you kink them, which titanium doesn't, it's pretty resistant to everything, but if you kink the titanium, it's
over.
It's done.
Yep.
And same if you leave a fusion loaded like this, next spring you'll take it out and it'll go like this.
Yep.
And everybody's like, well, they're not supposed to take a set. Well, they don't, but everything will start to have memory after about 5 months of storing it.
Mm-hmm.
Even open water rods, I have a lot of customers that have said, hey, I lean my rods up in the corner at a 45-degree angle, and their open water rods will sit like this all year. They'll take them out, and they're like, open water rod looks weird. Well, that carbon fiber will eventually take a set, and then there's no really way to straighten it other than to flip it over and try to leave it there for another 6 months.
Yeah.
So I got a good question from Josh. And the reason that we are offering this as a 32-inch rod and not as any other lengths is because the spring actually adds quite a bit of length to the rod itself. So if you go to Ice Strong, it's a 4-inch spring bobber. As we have it wrapped on the rod is exactly 35.5 inches.
Okay.
So it'll fit into just about any rod box you have. I think you probably were going to say this, John, but one thing for storage is we recommend never using rod sleeves. Sleeves are notorious for grabbing the last eyelet and twisting it or bending it. And once you're putting it into a sleeve, you lose a little bit of the sensitivity of what you're doing. You can't see it anymore, and things happen there.
Yeah.
Also, soft rod cases break a lot of rods.
Yep.
So, as far as storage goes, a hard case. I know that I really like the Shields case. I think, did you get the Otter case last year?
I did not get a new Otter case. I still have the old handled
Sportsman.
Otter
Yep.
case
Yeah.
that I can't.
I use Ice Fishing Innovations case.
Yeah.
It's giant, it's heavy, but I've not broken a rod.
Well, and that's the thing. Like I always tell people, I said, you're buying, so you got these 3 rods, you got $400 into rods, you got reels, you got $500-$600. Why not spend $150 on a case? It's an investment. You don't put your $1,000 rifle in a $20 Amazon case. You should buy a $100 Pelican or $200 Pelican case or something of high quality.
Yep. But meanwhile, my shotgun goes in a $10 waterproof case and gets thrown around the
Yep.
swamp. But it's a shotgun. Who cares?
Well, then see, if you're a duck hunter, then it doesn't
It's
matter.
not a precision, piece of equipment that has to throw something straight.
The 1600 Benelli right into the old
Swampy. Exactly.
porcelain
We use it
case.
for paddles if need be.
Hey, Mike, your question for the reels for crappie rods. I use the CMAR C10 for every reel, no matter if it's crappie or big walleye or whatever. That it works perfect. A lot of guys like the inline ones. I've never been an inline guy, but reel choice isn't super important for ice fishing as it is for, I think, for open water.
Yeah,
And
I
as
still
far as the
think that
size,
C10 is probably your best buy.
you want a really good drag, one
Yep.
that's going to last, that's going to hold up really well in super cold conditions.
Yep.
And we are still going to offer the C10s with the drag washer included in the box.
Nice.
It'll probably be just a $2 add-on feature, and we're going to display a video how to install it. It takes a few seconds, but
we're gonna put that video up.
yeah, we have to put that video up.
There you go.
Is it okay if it's the old shop in it?
Perfect. No, and for a lot of people, they don't know what the drag washer does. The C10s have a felt drag washer, absorbs any water. It gets a little bit of water, it freezes. The carbon fiber is just carbon fiber. It doesn't absorb water. It's got a different grease. It holds up super well to cold. And if you ever fish, this fusion with the pink bobber and you're fishing like a 3mm Jeff's jigs, I'll pick out. That jig is real light. You want a really light line. And if your drag is not set so it just pulls out real smooth and it has any hiccup, 2-pound line will break.
Mhm.
You get a pike or you get a walleye, even a 15-16 inch crappie, a trophy crappie, it'll break 2-pound line.
Yeah.
Especially if you drag grabs it and holds it, it'll just snap.
Yep. Cool. All right. What else you got?
That's it for new products this year.
Okay. You want to just kind of break down the
Yeah,
overall lineup?
so
Let's start with this. What's the best dead stick rod, or what's your recommended dead stick rod? And if it's got the word dead in it, I'm just gonna lose my shit right now.
It's really creative. It's called the dead stick.
Called the dead stick.
All right. So from here on out, folks,
it's much more marketable than Bucket Rider.
True.
Bucket rider would be kind of cool.
So
There you go.
For dead stick though, we do have. I mean, it depends on how you want a dead stick, right?
Yeah.
So if you
you're
want,
traditional,
if you want a dead stick, our dead stick rod is designed to be a pass, not a completely passive system. So some dead stick rods are designed to literally fold over and somewhat set the hook on the fish themselves, where our dead stick rod is more of a visual bobber. So it's you are still actively fishing that rod. You wouldn't want to like put it somewhere far away and not pay attention to it. Put it in a rod holder. You could, but you wouldn't probably land the fish as well.
Once again, a bait feeding rod from Okuma. I love that rod, or that reel. I mean,
and they make tactical green ones now, right?
Yeah, I know. I was mad at them because I'm like, oh, this would look cool on one of my rods. They're like, well, buy it. I go, I've already got enough. I don't need another one, for Christ's sake.
But a lot of people do like to put our Vulcan, which we'll get to in a little bit, into like a iFish Pro setup. So and use that as a dead stick as well.
Yep.
So our lineup, the 2 noodle rods are the Precision Noodle and the Bullwhip. Precision Noodle being the lighter rod for a little bit lighter jigs. Bullwhip being a great rod for small, like 16th ounce spoons. Ultralight rip and wraps. I know people like it for crappies fishing ultralight rip and wrap because it'll actually load up on the tip a little bit. And then we go to the Fusion Precision, which the Fusion's the lighter walleye rod, really designed for super small walleyes or crappies, panfish, stuff like that. It's just more of like a light rod, and that's why that spring bobber worked so well with that. It's a dynamite rod for dual purpose. And the Precision being our 1/8 ounce spoon rod, always by far my probably top walleye rod of Minnesota, because most of us will admit that we don't really catch giant walleyes in the wintertime. You're going for 16 to 20 inch on a good day.
Yeah, we're going for your average eaters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I would take 5 17-inch walleyes all day long over 126.
Well, Red Lake this year, you can take 3.
Yeah.
You okay with
There
that?
you go.
I don't go to Red Lake. I like eaters because I like, if I get the chance to go walleye fishing, I like to fry a limit and feed those two. And
Yeah. You guys like fish?
one of them,
One of them 2
does.
head shakes.
Yeah, what's going on?
Chicken.
She's sideways on it.
Chicken.
So they like chicken. Chicken nuggets? Dinosaur shaped or not?
And then so we get into our Power Precision, which is that new rod that really is working well for bigger walleyes, jig and wraps, a variety of larger baits. And then we get into a glass rod, which is our Vulcan rod, which a lot of people really haven't done much with or talked about.
That's the red kind of clearish
it's
one
the
that
red
you guys showed
maroon.
us last year.
And that was actually a complete fluke. It was supposed to be bright red. It turned out maroon. No one can figure out why. We just kind of left it because it's translucent red. It's one of the coolest colors ever. That rod excels in iFish Pros, 38 to 42. And it excels because you can get such a monster hook set on smaller fish. It's our LTP was the LTP rod with the iFish Pro for so many years, and it's great. But a lot of people are like, I'd really like a lighter rod because iFish Pros work well for walleyes and smaller pike and stuff. And the Vulcan kind of really fit that bill. And then I know Dan has taken the Vulcan as well as quite a few other people up to Winnipeg.
Great Winnipeg rod.
And fishing giant rip and wraps in shallow water. It has enough cushion so you don't lose the fish.
Nice.
The big pelican spoons that they use up there.
Yeah.
It works great for that.
And it works great for light lake trout. So it's a really versatile rod. You can use it for, walleye, pike, lakers, really anything that's a bigger game fish that, you can use it for an iFish Pro rod. It's really, really versatile.
I think you missed one.
What did I missed a Maestro. Someone just said.
Someone mentioned the Maestro. But you missed it.
You guys are so built in that thing, huh?
Yeah.
Never goes away.
I love that. Do you see the look? Oh.
It's coming back.
So here's the deal. I like building that rod. The problem is it doesn't fit on any of our equipment. It's a 17-inch rod. All our drums are built. So we have actually 2 little slots. We can build 2 of those a day. We just have 2 little slots sitting there just for Maestros.
And
Maestro's a 17-inch sight rod. So
Okay.
it's basically a noodle rod that's 17 inches long, and it's for sitting right over the hole and sight fishing.
Okay.
It's a hilarious rod.
Now, everybody order Maestros. That way they
that
way they have to.
they're on the website for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, very similar to that rod.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of like a
Very similar.
schoolie rod.
Schoolie rod. We do have a schoolie rod that's a little different that Lawrence Luma designed, and we have been selling. But I don't know if Lawrence will probably kill me if I say it. But you can buy them now.
Okay.
You missed the Commander.
Oh, geez, I missed the Commander.
You missed the Commander.
Sorry, Commander, big fish rod. Very fast action. Works great for Mille Lacs walleyes.
If you're a
Commander
fan
sits
of
right above the
IDO,
power
you've
position.
heard the Commander about 1 billion times.
Yeah, I
in commercials.
think James just permanently has that stitched to his hand.
Yeah.
So
Commander
seems
sits
to
right
use it
above
for
the power
everything.
precision, right below the Fusion.
yeah,
Gotcha.
Why didn't you bring in a schoolie rod? I'm mad at you.
Yeah, do a schoolie.
because usually we don't have
Where's
a lot
mine?
of those just laying around.
Oh,
They're
jeez.
kind of wild. So the Maestro.
He's just mad because he's the only one here out of this table that uses it. So-
Well, and so what I use sight fishing rods like the Maestro. People are like, "What do you guys use it for?" It's like sight fishing for bluegills, and I said my favorite thing is sight fishing for trout, like trout in the courthouse and all the lakes around the Twin Cities.
yeah,
It is so much fun to sight fish them versus actually, just watch them on a flasher because lots of times they come like 2 feet below the ice,
Mhm.
and you can sit there and hold, and then you're not, having this rod way out here trying to look over the hole and your shoulder's shot by the end of the day. I personally fish a 19-inch one, and it's a riot.
yeah.
Sight fishing stuff is so much fun.
Yep. All right. So let's go through real quick here. What is the ordering process for a custom? I mean, we know how long it takes and all that stuff to get, but like call just online.
So you can do
come
either way.
in.
So we've been working really hard to get our website to be pretty user friendly and pretty much able to do 90-95% of any custom order that person would want to do. So if you go to tunedupcustomrods.com, In the shop section, there's the ability to choose an in-stock rod, which we have lots of in-stock rods available. But if you want to customize it and choose your wrap colors or choose your specific length or put your name on it or really customize it any way you want, you click on the custom section. And in that section, you can choose on some rods, for like the example of the bullwhip, you can choose to have it in a white blank or a black blank. You can choose to put whatever color wraps you want on them. You can choose the little trim band, which is the small decorative band. I don't know how well that would show up on the screen. A lot of people ask what trim versus main means, but
so this is main. It's the main, the
main
larger
is the black color, and then the trim is that small little accent
I don't know
color.
if they can see that.
Yeah, you can see it.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
You can choose your handle options. So most of the rods have you can go either a straight grip or a split grip. Some of them you can choose between EVA foam and cork. A couple of them have the carbon fiber handle, which is a new option that a lot of people are really interested in. And then you can customize it with your name or a phrase or things like that. It's really pretty. There's a lot of options that you can choose from.
Cool. With the personalization, I always put the little asterisk, keep it clean.
Yeah, we actually have that right on the
Yeah.
site because some
Because
people
we reject them if they're bad.
Well,
And it's-
we're fishermen, and I'm sure you probably reject a couple.
we've seen some off-color ones, and
we
that's
have
kind
a
of
we have a
weird
list of
conversation.
what the band
Yeah.
ones are.
Yeah.
You know?
Because we always call and say, hey, we're
Mhm.
not going to write this on our rod, but
You guys got apparel? Anything new?
We have new
We do?
apparel.
Okay.
I'm actually picking up some new hoodies today. We have new long sleeve shirts that are coming in. We're getting back into the apparel game as the COVID supply chain starts to figure itself out.
You guys can actually find hats now.
Yeah, it's not
Jeez
just
Louise.
oh,
That was hard.
certain times. I mean, I'm sure you know.
Oh yeah, I know.
the leather patch ones. Oh, you couldn't get the leather. Oh, you couldn't get the hat.
Yep.
Oh, you can't get the stitching. It's like
Yeah. Good luck finding a Richardson 112, which is what 95% of all these
Yeah,
hats
that's what
are
everybody
that
wants.
we all wear. Yeah.
I'm not even wearing a Richardson. I'm wearing the other one.
yours is an older design.
Yeah, this is a
This
really
is the new Richardson.
yeah.
yeah,
I don't
Yeah.
know where I grabbed this one out of the truck this morning, so it's
yeah.
a spare hat.
Yeah.
Doug, I just want to add though about the custom thing. If you
Yep.
look online and you don't see the custom option you want, if you call the shop, we can tweak
Yeah.
whatever part of the design you're interested in.
Yeah,
So,
the website tries to cover 90% of the situations. We're still a custom shop. You know, if you want something crazy, call us. We usually can accommodate or get you close.
Yeah. Yeah.
We do have to be a little cautious because people come up with some really crazy ideas.
Oh, yeah.
this year I'm going to order the wrist
Oh, yeah.
saddle.
As Patrick and I are looking eye to
Oh,
eye,
yeah.
going, "Oh yeah, this
Oh
is,
yeah.
Been there.
Yep.
Many years ago.
yeah."
We're getting a wrist saver for my brother this year, John.
Jeez.
I've been
Oh,
asking
boy.
you for 3 years about that. We're doing it.
Nice. All right, boys. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for putting
Thanks
this
for having
on.
us.
Yeah. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good one. All right, there you go. Check out Tuned Up Custom Rods. They make a killer stick, and they'll be at St. Paul and probably some other shows, I'm guessing, too. Right, guys? In-person shows.
I'll have to
Yeah.
check out the
Maestro?
or they have a schoolie rod when I at the show.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go
Yeah,
check it
yeah.
out.
So, yeah, give them go check them out. Check out the website. Check out the Facebook page and all that good stuff. Show them some support. Speaking of support, thank you to Clam. Thank you to Glacier. Thank you to Thorn Brothers for sponsoring the show. Especially, we have Thorn Brothers here. We're sitting in their new conference room. So make sure if you're in the area, come check out Thorn Brothers. We got Dirk Stark from Nordic Legend coming in here. Let's see. We got anything else going on? Let us know where you're watching this from. What state are you watching this from? We're writing them all down and trying to see how many states we cover. And also share the live stream. Share it. And we got some giveaways. There you go. Jared saying, love my bullwhip rod. Thank you, Tuned Up. Have you considered a virtual show for open water? Yes, we considered it for about 10 minutes until I started going through the list of things that we would have to have, and it would literally be.
It's funny you say 10 minutes because that's pretty generous.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things in open water that I don't even know where to start. This is ice fishing is a very niche thing where we can have, this is about it for 45 50 companies, covers most things. Sure, we could get out into all the little tiny guys that build stuff in their garages and basements and whatnot, but open water's too much. I mean, you could have a 4-week show on bass fishing.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. If you think about it, it's just.
And I don't have a chair that can
look at
hold
the
me for
sizes
4
of
weeks in a row.
the in-person shows and just base it off of that. Take
Right.
the largest ice fishing show you can find.
Yep.
And then compare that
Yeah.
to one of the smaller open water summer season shows you can find, and the smaller summer season show is going to be bigger than the ice fishing
And
shows.
how many crankbaits do you want to see? How many beaver style plastics do you want to see from different companies?
A lot.
I mean, they're well, you know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we thought about it, but
I mean, there's a fair amount of redundancy with ice fishing plastics, if we're being honest.
yeah, there is. But we don't have a lot of plastics companies on. We have a couple because they're different, that kind of thing. We got Saskatchewan watching. What's up, Trevor? How you doing? Thank you for watching from Canada. We're now officially
any ice up there yet?
Yeah, probably way up north. So, all right, let's bring in Dirk.
Hey guys,
how are you, sir?
Good, and yourself?
Good.
I had to come in for the deer stand to come out and do this.
Well, we appreciate it. We truly do. Thank you.
No, well, thanks for having me back on again, and good to see you guys. I got a little bit longer and bushier there this year, Doug.
It's slowly but surely creeping its way down now.
You going for full ZZ top?
I'm never cutting it. So we'll see between now and whenever I pass how long it gets. You'll have to tell me. Send me a message in the afterlife after you measure it.
That might be a good thing for accessories, ice fishing accessories. You could just keep them all right here.
All right, enough of that nonsense. All right.
Anyway,
Derek, we got Nordic Legend. We had you on last year. It's a new company, up and coming, new products, which we'll run through here. We're kind of starting to ask everybody, how's supply for you guys?
Much better than last year. We really got it handed to us last year, and didn't get a lot of our products until late December, January. So it really took a bite out of things. This year we really planned ahead. Our inventory is here. We have some new products, new accessories, and that kind of stuff, as well as I'm already planning for 2024, 2025 for new products as well. So we're really trying to get ahead of the game, so we have inventory here. We'll be fortunate for next year. Actually, will be placed in a lot of the larger retailers for next year. So we're just planning ahead for all that stuff. So that's why we're in good shape this year.
Awesome.
So,
good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm so glad that it's such a better mood this year because people have things to sell.
Right. No, it's good stuff. Well, we haven't made any changes really to our shacks. And for those, since we're new, I'm just going to run through them quick. We have
go ahead, have at it.
Yeah. So I can't figure out how to do this if I can rotate it, but that's fine. We'll just stick with it. We have 3 shacks. One is hub style. This is the classic. This is kind of a 3 to 4 man. I'm going to switch this around so you can go inside. And it's got all of these have this silver reflective liner in it, and a different type of insulation than most quilted style hubs out on the market. So it's a lighter weight, easier to carry. This silver reflective liner reflects heat and light, about 80% of your body heat. So it blocks the wind but holds the heat on. Real similar to the Arctic Shield kind of stuff in it. We've also got this door guard thing, which kind of people have asked, what the heck is this about? One thing for, a lot of guys in Minnesota here that ice fishermen are bigger across the shoulder. So it opens up more room for you across the way here to get into it. This door guard system is kind of cool. You can, sometimes when you're on the ice, your shelter isn't exactly level, and sometimes some of the hubs don't level out right. You end up having really crank on zippers to try to open or close it. This system actually you can loosen or tighten the tension on it here, and it'll make it easier to get inside your shelters. So that's kind of a cool adaptive feature that gives you more room and really works on that tension if it's not perfectly level like in a factory. So that's the classic. We have this textured fabric to it. We did originally for one of our hunting blind situations, but it's more cosmetic. But if you look at it closely here, it looks very thin, but it's actually 3 layers, and it's a much lighter weight fabric than some of our other competitors out there. Then for the ice campers, obviously we've got pretty much a standard double hub. And I think I've got a picture of Doug on here.
Oh, here we
Oh
go.
yeah,
Again.
yeah, there it is. There's Doug.
I'm suing for trademark.
Wait, hold on though. That one has hair on top of its head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm bald. That's more Dale this year than
Right. So this, this one is about 6.5 by 12. Obviously, kind of standard double hub. Again, it's a lighter weight, easier to get set up, and just it's nice because with simple amount of lights, even though you've got the guys that have all the electronics, this just helps whatever light you use really reflect in here and keep it lit up a lot more. Some of the other features we've got on these are, we've got the webbing with storage pockets here so that your stuff isn't flopping all over the place. What I did also on the corners here, I was really tired of hubs. I don't know if you can see that. Tell me if I need to go down or not. I was tired of hub styles where they would rip out. You get them frozen and they rip out here. So what we did is we really reinforced these corners, put the stakes in here so I can grab hold of this, as well as all the places that there's anchors. You can see we've got reinforcement so you're not tearing the skirt
That's nice.
on something. So, and then on the bottom, actually, if you can see that on the bottom, oh shoot, well, let's see, there we go underneath there. There's a rubber gasket. A lot of times where those corners come into hubs, there's just a little nylon pocket that they sit in. And those, with friction and ice or over time, those rods wear through that.
Yes, that is 100% true. I had to replace my hub because where those poles come down and rub, they started popping through. So yes.
So I put a heavier duty rubber gasket, I guess if you want to call that, underneath there for just more durability and wear.
Nice.
Because not only for the ice fishing side, but if you get here to, was kind of our premier thing last year, was this Aurora Lodge. It is nearly, I think you've been in this, Doug. This is almost 12 feet by 12 feet with a 7.5 foot ceiling in it. And then the other cool thing, if you see here, it has a chimney port for wood stove.
That is nice.
There you go for the campers.
Yep, and this gasket is actually, I had a larger wood stove last year, so I cut it to fit that, but I'm tested out, and this is kind of a prototype here, a smaller, it's a 2-inch draft type on it, and I found that you don't have to nearly use as much wood with the 2-inch, and I still get all the heat on it. It's a super nice dry heat. So
Nice.
be looking for a wood stove bias for next year, and very reasonable price on it. It packs up. What else we got in here? This is kind of a cool new feature so we'll have other accessories this year, like the throw bag. I used to think these were a joke until I just thought, what? Everyone that's going out on early ice should just hook one of these to their jacket. It's so easy to do. And just, it's, I see them laying in stores and I'm like, oh, really? And I'm like, I don't know. Do you guys carry them with you?
I've got one. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
I have one for super early and super late. Yep.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like having a life jacket in open water, I think. And so we've got our Nordic Legend version of it. This is kind of a cool deal because Doug, I work in hunting blinds too as well. So what I wanted was a camera arm for hunting blinds, but what we did is we also added it now for ice fishing shelters. Obviously, I have the Vex on here, so you can put your Vex or GoPro, your camera, whatever on it. It's got a screw top. This is all adjustable, tilt it, all that stuff. But what it has is a quick release like that on it. So you can mount this on any hub style blind, and you can just drop that thing right in. Oh, let me get it back in there. There we go. Back in there. So we have that camera arm accessory, and then we also have this tray tool, utility tray. This is my 3D version prototype. The production version was actually black, but the same thing. It pops off easy. You don't have to take it off the hub. You can leave it on the hub when you pack it up. But just nice little extra accessories to have within that. And then obviously we've got our Nordic Legend augers. We call them hard water lights, both in a 6 and an 8-inch, and I'll show you that a bit. It's got a nice centering.
Yep, little more left camera or Auger to your left, camera to your right.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. So these have been really durable. This is probably one of our best-selling units here. And it comes in a 6-inch and an 8-inch. It also comes 2 versions, one with the top plate like this, as well as we have one that has a bracket that you can mount to your drill with an extra handle on it for you. So
Okay.
2 different options on the 6 and 10. And then our float suits that last year it wasn't wasn't a float suit. This year they are all float suits. And they are retailing about $249, something like that, for a complete float suit. And then, for guys that don't have a lot of hair, we do have the Nordic Legend fur hat here. So,
Nice.
And no Timberwolves were hurt in the production of this product.
Just rabbits.
Yeah, right. So, so that's kind of what I have here. We added some other things. I got to get my little list out here that's on our website. We have now an ice saw for those spearing guys. We also have our chimney port is actually going to be an accessory that you can add to any shack that you have. So people that have their own and they're like, God, I'd like to do this, but we'll sell the chimney port. It's on our website right now. What else we got here? Throw bag. Oh, we've got this cool thing. You may have seen this before. It was a product called the Bevel Bandit. It's on our website. We put it on social media a little bit. It was invented by a guy up by Duluth. And what it is, it mounts kind of like a drill to your auger. But after you drill your hole, you put this on, and it actually bevels the hole from the bottom. So you get a tapered V from the bottom of it, so you don't lose fish on the edge of your hole. So that's called the Bevel Bandit. Retails for about $100, and that is on our website as well and available right now.
That thing, I can see myself using that for like big fish, walleyes, tip-ups, stuff like that. Because, panfish, you don't really lose them. They don't get hung up or whatever. But you side hook a fish or it gets wrapped up weird. Sometimes you lose it because you can't get it to go up the hole.
Oh, any large fish. I mean, that's half the game. That they're tapped out and you're the back of a big northern there and you're trying to back it up to start that nose, and just that little angle is probably all you really need.
And sometimes the ice is too thick to just reach down and grab it.
Yeah, we've put it out on social media. Some people are like, oh, whatever, but the guy that was making them, he had a waiting list. He was hand making them up there, and we said, let's help you out a little bit. And he had a waiting list like a year for people to get his Bevel Bandit. So we're pretty excited about that. And,
it's always one of those things where people don't get it until they see it in action or whatever, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, now I get it."
Right,
and then you love it.
Right, yeah, just like electronics, right?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
I need that for, right? So, anyway, so that's kind of where we're at. We're a small company and really trying to get our feet wet. Unfortunately, we won't be at any of the big shows this year. I have my spot for the St. Paul show next year, and then we'll be ready with a whole bunch of new products and new gear, and we're probably doubling our SKUs for next year.
Nice.
So,
Can we take a look at that Vexilar holder again? You want to pop that thing off and kind of show us? You can leave the phone where it is. Just pop it off so we got a nice still image of it.
Oh, sure. Here we go. Yeah, Corey Studer loved it. He was like, "Where did you get that?"
That thing I dig. So, how does it attach to the back of the unit?
Of the back?
Here's on the side of the gimbal.
Yeah, so right here.
Side. Okay.
Yeah. So it's nice to get it off the ice, or if you've got a GoPro, or if you've got even your cell phone, this tips up, so you could put your cell phone on it, and then you film yourself at your holes while you're fishing or whatever else. So if you're doing a podcast or something like that.
How much are those?
Like $30.
Oh shit! All right, here we go.
Starting that up.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Dirk. Make sure you get a hold of me like next week.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think if you've got, we could probably get you 6 of those.
No, I don't need 6.
Or
I'll end up
one.
with 6,
Or
but I
look at
don't.
here. You could put one right up here. That would be
Oh
kind
yeah,
of cool.
pointing straight down for the overhead.
Mhm,
It's a
mhm.
drone in my ice
There
house.
you go.
There
Right.
we go. Oh,
Right.
yeah. Yeah. No,
So,
that's cool.
so what we're trying to really do is have a quality product that's affordable for most people, that has some different unique features that just are not standard out there, like the silver reflective liner, some of these
Yeah.
different accessories. I'm working on a new. I'll just say I'm working on a new flip over that's. I'm getting rid of the sleds
Okay.
because I'm going to go super lightweight and make it portable, so you don't need 2 guys to get your flip over in the back of your truck.
Yeah. Yeah. We want to run through the prices of the hubs
sure.
there.
Yeah, you bet. What do we have here? Oh, the classic is $3.99 for this. The first one here. It's $3.99 for that one. The double hub is $4.99, and the Lodge is $6.49. And between the Lodge and the double hub, those sold out so fast last year. They were pretty much gone by the end of January. Even though we didn't get them until January, because just people wanted them for ice camping and families, and probably the most popular.
No, that's. I mean, the prices are right. That's for sure.
One of the things that we noticed too about this Aurora Lodge is that it is on square footage. It's about the largest largest pop up on the market, and this thing only weighs 56 pounds.
Yeah,
So,
pretty low.
so other similar ones are about 25 to 30 pounds heavier.
Okay.
So
Yeah, my big lodge is not light.
yeah.
Or my
Yes.
resort.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. So that's some things. I'm also will have shortly here. We'll have screens that will replace these, so that you can use this for camping, or like when I take it out west for hunting camp out west. It'll have screens in it. I'm working on a floor for the bottom of it that when you're out west, as well as a rain fly for it. So you really can convert this and turn this into an all-season unit instead of just 3-4 months out of the year.
Yeah, because they're nice to camp in, but in the summertime they get so blasted hot because you can't just leave the windows open, because then the mosquitoes and all the bugs come and get you.
Right.
So yeah, to have the screens. I mean, I know I could go, like we talked about yesterday. We could go make them ourselves, but
Right.
am I actually gonna do that? No.
No.
But I'll
know.
order it on Amazon or
Right.
the
Right.
website for cheap.
Right, exactly. If we have them already pre-custom set up for you, that's the
Mhm.
whole thing. And then the liner on the inside. I don't like them for the ice fishing because you're walking, slipping on nylon on the ice. I'd rather use like the foam mats. But this other one will be if you're camping and it rains, you don't get rain on you, so it'll
Right.
come up on the sides and the inside.
Yep. Yeah, I've had that happen. I was on my bear hunt and I used my pop up, and I brought a tarp to use as a floor, and it rained, and some rain, of course, makes its way in. So yeah, it was a pain. So to have a zip in or Velcroed in or magnets or something to hold it in there, that'd be awesome.
Yep. So just different things. We're really it's really fun to work with the team here, because they kind of give me free will and feedback from folks like yourselves about hey, let's change this or do that. It doesn't take 5 years to get it done. It's pretty quick and easy.
No,
So,
that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, what's the website?
Oh, actually, that's new too. We did a new website. It's Nordic-Legend.com.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Anything else for us? Any tips? Give us an ice fishing tip.
Yeah, fish with Doug.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure why. I'd rather fish with anybody but me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm so darn busy figuring this stuff out, as well as you've seen me. I'm laying on the ice, taking pictures or video. It's really hard for me to get time to actually fish, because I'm trying to get so much content done. So
yeah, you're one of the hardest working guys that I know in this industry. You are always running around, and when I can actually get a hold of you, you help me out. But yeah, you're a busy man. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. But also the other thing is, if anyone has any questions or comments or any customer service issues, if they go through Facebook or Instagram, they will get me directly. So
Okay.
you're not getting someone from India or something like that. You're getting me, and if I haven't fixed it or figured it out, we'll get it done for you.
Awesome. Customer service. That's what we need these days. More good customer service.
Yeah,
So,
sure, you betcha. Right here in Minnesota.
There you,
Yeah, sure.
there you go. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So well,
Yeah.
that's all I really have. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our product line, and I definitely like to get together if you guys are doing something again in the area or whatever. Come on up, and I know the guys from Vexilar, we're going to try to get together and do something together. Oh, I don't have this in here, but you guys have had them on, and I'm just going to talk about it because I really like this little unit here. I think you had them on. If not, the Heat Hog, have you had them on yet?
No, we have not.
Oh, I'm going to do the teaser for it because
All right, go ahead.
I met these guys at ATA, and I love the color because it matches our stuff, right?
Of course.
But it is these little units are slick because they tilt back, so you get the heat. You don't have all the melting on the ice, as well as the unit in the back actually heats the tank, so you really utilize all your tank off of it. And they've just been so easy. The burner is also rounded, so you get a little stuff. So I put this out really a week after ATA. I had 2 different buyers from box stores say, "Where did you get that? We really want that." So
Yeah.
you'll hear more from those guys. Those guys are Minnesota folks as well, and yeah, good people to work with.
Do they come in just that size, or they have other sizes of that thing?
Yeah, they actually have 2 sizes, and actually I think they're doing a third now too. But last year they only had 2 sizes. So,
Okay.
but that little one actually is heated. This double hub. It just throws out the heat and keeps it going because it just doesn't. You don't have freeze up on the propane tanks. But
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
you can always run through that.
Yeah. Go old school.
Right, and this has made people like, I don't want to haul wood out on the ice, but literally, like a case of beer box, if you're familiar with that size at all.
Yep.
That's about how much wood it takes to keep this going for about 6 hours on the ice.
That's not bad.
That thing's awesome.
No.
Like that.
Yeah.
That'd be sweet.
Yep.
So,
Cool.
well, that's all I got, guys. I appreciate it. You guys have any questions?
I don't know. I think we pretty much covered everything. So it's just I'm always excited to have new up and coming companies that need the exposure, but it's different technologies and different little products here and there, like that camera arm, Vexilar arm thing. I mean, there's the hubs and the this and that, the main stuff, but I always get excited over them little weird things, and it's like, oh, that's gonna spend, that's gonna cost me $30.
Are you in any brick and mortar stores anywhere?
Right now, the only one that you can get our hubs or our ice suits is actually at the Black Hole up in Wadena, up with Jason Geis at Black Hole Outdoors.
Okay.
That's the only place, just because we got kicked by inventory last year so much that it was just too hard to get it to do it, and we wanted to make sure we had enough product this year online, and also really control pricing and all that good stuff for our retailers for next year.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
And for those out there that are watching this and going, "Oh, I wish they had this. I wish they had that," and this goes for any of these companies, contact them and
You
go,
bet.
"Hey, I saw you on the virtual show. I saw this. How about adding this or doing this way?" Because that's the only way they improve.
Right, exactly. I appreciate any of that feedback because, I think I've told you this before. I'm just an average Joe. And we all learn from each other. And if you're not learning, you're stuck in yourself, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, hey, Dirk, I'm sure I'll see you at some point this winter somewhere. We always end up running into each other somewhere at least once. So
You bet. You bet.
thank you
That
for joining us, and have a safe and successful season.
Thank you, and don't forget, fish like a legend.
Yeah, boy. There you go. All right, we'll see you later, Dirk.
Thank you.
Take care. We'll see you now. Bye.
There you go, Nordic Legend. Yeah, I mean, it's cool stuff, man.
It is cool
It's
stuff. I like
innovative
that.
thinking. I mean, is that insulation? I haven't been inside of one, when it's 10, 20 below or whatever, but maybe that's the new technology that people haven't tried enough to
try
know
one.
about. Yeah, so
Check out.
Trevor. Well, Sean Cox goes, that wall mount is in my cart. So he's buying that. Trevor looks like he just ordered the port. So the port for the chimney port. Yeah. So that's cool. All right. We got Vexilar coming in. Waiting for him to show up. But in the meantime,
like here.
He's over at the show. So hopefully makes it it here, Dom. Yep. If you have his number, see where he's at.
Yeah, I could shoot
him a text. So at least we know how long we have to stall for. But yeah. So once again, thank you all for watching. This has been fantastic. We have had fun. This is always fun. This is always enjoyable. We see the new stuff, and we appreciate companies, that bring stuff that haven't been seen yet.
Yeah.
At all. We've still got some coming. So, we do greatly appreciate that they wait for this show to do that. So make sure you share the live stream. Make sure you're supporting these companies. Go give these companies a like, slide out of the live stream, go give them a like, come back in.
Yes, Alan, we do still want coffee.
Coffee? Still want coffees?
Always.
Alan Kishler will be showing up.
Always.
Here. What's going on, Andrew Full? How you doing? Thanks for joining us. We do greatly appreciate it.
There that Crafty was up. He's listening while on the Rainy.
Yeah, Rainy River, fishing.
He should. Oh wait, we don't have that. We should hook up a phone.
No, we're not taking call-ins on this show. We've had enough technical stuff. I got too many. I got more cables and cords that you all can't see at home. That'll trip an entire zoo full of animals. All right, so let's see. What should we ask the folks at home? What during this show, for as long as you have watched it so far, yesterday, today, this last segment, what are you guys excited about? Like, what's on your list to buy that you've already seen, or what's on your wish list?
What are you
this
waiting
year?
for? What are you waiting to see? What companies are you waiting to see?
How much money are you going to spend?
Who are you holding out for?
Yeah, so throw it down there in the comments. It helps the algorithm by you guys commenting, keeping the comments going. We do greatly appreciate it. Hey, Doug, call me this week. I will. I have to. I was going to call you last week, but the show, that's my hunting buddy. I go hunt with him. Let's see. Have Dale send order. I'm good on the coffee. If I drink coffee now, I'll have, I'll forget about that.
All right,
one of these years we have to talk Sure Step. Yes. Wheelhouse folks, Sure Step. It's actually a really cool deal. Alan Kishler has his on his Wheelhouse. The door leading in and out of the house. It's a fold-up step that's graded. It's got grip. It's got holes in it. It's got grip. So you can surely step in and out of the house, because on a Wheelhouse, you open that door. If you don't have anything there to step on, it's going to get worn down to the ice, extremely slippery, dangerous. So yeah, it's definitely a good product to have. I never have a worry, because honestly, you're out there fishing weekend or week or whatever at night. You've been drinking liquids throughout the day, so at 2-3 in the morning you have to go get rid of those said liquids, and it's dark out, so you don't have to worry about falling over and getting hurt. So yeah. Let's see. James Sullivan tip downs. He's adding to the gift giveaways here. He goes, I forgot to offer my giveaways for the year. Let's give away a variable speed jigging tip down, a lighted tip drop, and the new in the shack tip drop. Awesome. Appreciate that. Kendra's checking in saying, I want to buy a tuned up custom rod for someone and maybe another one for myself.
Oh, Kendra.
Hi, Kendra.
It's so sweet of you to think of me.
Which one are you? Which microphone are you? Hi, Kendra. My name is Doug Glimmerveen. I run a little podcast, virtual show, and I'd like one of those rods. Just saying. Christmas is in December. My birthday's in July. I'm not picky on which one either. I'll find a use for it. Let's see. We got Scott Olson. He's saying upgrade to some 7.5 amped batteries, battery accessory from Rapid Power Boxes, and a rod or two from 2B. That's right. Spread the love. Buy everybody's stuff. I bought a Sure Step at Lancaster this year. Great product. Yes. Mm-hmm. Jarrett, I want to buy a couple of custom rods. Well, we still got a couple of rod makers, so watch them all, and then go back and buy one from all of them.
Yeah, that's like a pro tip for any of these
Kendra
shows.
says,
Like,
hi.
you can't, like, you're all excited. You got a pocket full of cash. You know you're going to buy something. It's like, don't buy anything until you've walked the whole show.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes. So you see everything.
because then you're going to spend something, and not that you're going to necessarily regret that purchase, but then maybe you find something else you want that you didn't know you wanted, and now the wad is gone.
Yep,
And you're
100%.
like, son of a, should have waited.
Yeah. My buddy Tom Surestep will be getting an order this year for my new house. Yes, sir.
The Patrick Edition Glacier Fish House. That's what
yep.
he wants.
Oh, yeah. Mason Klein, some new Northland fishing tackle. He's going to get some of that. Sean Cox, he's got a list here. 15 amp hour amped battery, that amped USB charger, and that wall mount fount for my hub. Mason hopefully wants to get a new rod. Well, there we go. Yeah, Jared's going to buy a Patrick Edition Glacier Fish House.
Be like 3 of them.
We're Deep Freeze is adding to the
Deep Freeze will be giving away a double pack of our blue tips and an auger connection system. That auger connection system is sweet. I love it.
I need to get
I
that.
will, when he is on, I will be fanboying about it because I own it. I use it. It's awesome.
Oh yeah,
It
I
is
have the same
so
thing.
awesome. 100% being able to go from your auger to maybe a different sized auger to, oh, I've got my hub and I got to put in the stakes and it's all quick. So it's a great addition. And of course the blue tips are awesome too. They work really well. And I'm sure they probably this year reach from here to Wisconsin and back, because it seems like every time he does a new one and updates the system, they reach further and further and further away, but we'll figure that out there. JS is looking at getting a tuned up dead stick and precision and a 2B dead stick. Nice. There you go. See, look at that. People
spreading the wealth.
I mean, dead sticks. Oh, I'm just going to buy one company's stuff. No, buy this and that and the other. Yeah,
you don't have to be on a team.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. I want an ion auger too. Well, they've got them here at Thorn Brothers. Thank you very much, Thorn Brothers, for being a sponsor of the show. I greatly appreciate it. Do we have an update from Dom?
Yeah, he's on his way. He's making his way.
Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
We got a few minutes here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Patrick, you should pitch a Patrick signature series Glacier House. I mean, have like maybe some of your original art on the outside or something, or the Goblin Den. You could make mobile. You can make a mobile Goblin Den.
I've been pushing a little bit to bring back. We for a period of time we had a little 8-foot house. That's 8 cubed, plus the V. And if I can get that to come through again, I might draw up something on the iPad and for decals for that. That'd be kind of fun. The new look this year on the Glacier Ice House is we were looking to get some ideas for just something new. Just
Well, I mean, a little 8-footer. You're not packing a bunch of people in there.
Nope.
Probably fishing by yourself. Why don't you just call it the Lone Angler?
I like the Goblin thing better.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
The Goblin's Den.
But we were just looking for some ideas just to change it up a little bit, and I just happened to have an iPad Pro and a pencil and know how to use Procreate and stuff. And I was messing around. I thought, I'm the kind of guy that, if we're looking for ideas, I like to present something instead of just saying it. And so I was like, yeah, I came up with this. And next thing you know, there it is right there. Dirty little secret on the Explorer series and the G series. The word Explorer and the word series on those decals is actually my handwriting.
Oh, okay.
Which is, it's kind of weird, but
no wonder they can't read it.
Yeah. But as far as design, when it comes to a design for a new floor plan for a Glacier, there's a team of us that we all kind of put our heads together and take bits and parts from each guy that's looking at doing something. We've also this year, I don't know if I'm going to shoot myself in the foot or not, but we take all 3 plants, we get them together. One time during the summer, right before that July shutdown, we shut down for a week just to give everybody a little bit of break, spend some family time. This year we had a little contest. I printed out just a blank floor plan, and we had a little contest amongst the employees. Draw out a floor plan of what you would like. We had them pair up in teams, and we picked a winner out of that, and that will more than likely be turning into a limited edition model at some point. So
cool.
The Glacier limited edition Glacier series.
Yeah.
Glaciers in there.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It has its challenges too. As a guy that sits in front of the computer and does all the CAD work and stuff, I'm still dealing with a rectangle with a triangle on the front.
Mm-hmm.
And you start looking at outside of the fishing for inspiration. You start looking at the RVs and stuff like that, and some of that stuff is just absolutely crazy. And then you realize, like, oh, they don't have wheel wells inside like we do,
right.
because ours
here's your soapbox to vent a little bit.
Yeah,
to people that, and this isn't rude by any means, but so people go, well, why can't this be this way and this be this way and this be this way? This is your soapbox right now to let them know why.
Well, and that's just it. In the RV industry, it's warm weather. It's warm weather. Our fish houses are all season. So that design aspect comes into play. We can make some really cool stuff for summer, but it's not going to work that great in the winter, or you can't use it in the winter because it's going to freeze up. I've seen RVs with hot tubs in them.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a fantastic feature, right?
Bro,
but
the Glacier Hot Tub Edition,
but
let's go.
You can't utilize it in the winter, and that's our primary market.
Yeah.
And sometimes in our design meetings, we'll catch ourselves getting carried away, and then it's like, I'm kind of gotten a reputation. I'm the no guy. Like, oh, here comes Patrick. Is going to shoot it down. It's just like, no, I'm just going to remind myself and everybody else here that we are an ice fishing company. But yeah, that's some of the challenges. Is we've got on our hydraulic models, we've got the wheel wells on the inside that allow it to sit flat on the bottom, unlike the RV industry.
Yeah,
they're all built frame on top,
and the wheel wells, they take up a whole lot of space.
They take up a lot of square footage.
Yeah,
they really do. And that's the other cool thing about it too, is we're basically building a tiny house.
Mm-hmm.
And so trying to come up with things that can utilize, you can make work within that house. And then you got to look at also, okay, can these guys build it on the line and make it look nice and function right? So there's a lot of aspects that go into throwing together a floor plan.
I've seen a full size semi truck turn into a robot. I mean, you could
do it.
I'm hearing excuses.
How much do you want to spend on it?
Right. But if you wanted something like that, we could probably build it. And I would suggest you on Monday put in your order, because then by 2025 it should be done.
Yeah,
just gotta get a hold of the Allspark.
And you also got to remember, there's like, you're also drilling holes in the floor,
and
there's framing under that floor, which is always something I look at some house. I'm like, why are these holes this way? And then it's like, because of the framing, and you can't really change framing,
not only just
because
framing,
it's got to be sturdy and wiring, and
there's hydraulic lines. There's hydraulic lines.
No,
mostly.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of our water lines and stuff are kept inside, but there again, in the winter time, you can't use your shower.
Yeah,
or you're running water, because it's just going to freeze up on you.
Yeah.
But and we're always scouring the internet looking for cool things. And we have solar power option that are pretty popular.
Hey, here's the deal. If you have an idea for a wheelhouse, let's give Glacier a little slight advantage here. Throw it in the comments, because this guy's one of the people that kind of sort of helps design them, so he can take those ideas back.
They're challenges. They're not insurmountable.
No.
Well, a lot of it's just how much do you want to spend on getting that
comes
thing
down
made.
to engineering. It comes down to like, what can we do? We got to get creative.
And more so production time.
Yeah.
Production time. Yeah. Like I said, take the Statue of Liberty. That took a long time to build. Now that it's built, well, you can just make a mold of it and then you can pump them out like that, right? That's not the case with fish houses so much.
Maybe. I don't know if you have a smelt big enough to just mold it.
Well, I mean, if we want to really get into the specifics of it, you probably
about.
could. It'd be super expensive.
You could, but once again, time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Money fixes everything.
Yeah.
But let us know if you got a
it's
wheelhouse.
really fun.
Let us know if you got a wheelhouse and what kind of wheelhouse you got. What's your favorite part of the wheelhouse? What's your favorite accessory? Do you use it for camping? Let us know. Let us know about it. So Tom says, Patrick, that's just foolish talk. We had a hot tub at Eel Pout years ago.
Get on
Get on Design Master.
Yeah, exactly. You know, SpaceX has Elon Musk and Glacier has a musky eel.
That's a good question, Andrew. Who do I need to get in contact with you to get Sure Steps in the door? Yeah, we're fishermen at heart. We like to tinker and customize. We can put all of that stuff in the house, but then you're going to be sitting there, between bites like, well, I really don't have anything to mess with. No, what fun is that?
Well, you're not putting that on while you're fishing, though. Put that on before.
And some things we just kind of leave to the customer to have some fun with, So yeah, I get it.
Yes, sir. What kind of holes are you guys putting in the floors? What brand?
Catch cover.
Catch covers.
Catch covers.
Okay.
Yep. And that's why I keep, as a guy that designs, and I've gotten a lot of, hey, Patrick, can we take a look at this customer idea here and see if we can make this work for them? And I always start with the frame. I've got drawings of all the frames, and then I put their floor plan on top, and I start putting holes where we can put them. And they're like, well, I really want it right here. Well, there's a hydraulic line there, or there's an axle there, or whatever. That's where I'm always like, man, if we could get an 8-inch catch cover for an 8-inch hole, I could put
that would free up a lot of space.
And you're not thinking, wow, it's not that much difference. Oh, it's
overall it is.
An inch in a tiny house is like 3 feet in a regular house.
Yeah.
It's
and
great.
each hole, I mean, it's like that you're gaining a few inches of real estate for sure.
Yeah.
I think if I were to build my own house for my style of fishing, I'd probably go with a 14-footer, and we have a spear house model. And that's what I would have. It's a great big dual door open in the back. But the cool part about that is you have now this like 60-inch wide by 40-inch wide area where you can drill holes where you want.
Yeah, you could put holes in those doors so you can just regular fish.
Oh, you just pop it open and you can put however many holes you want back there.
And you don't even need insulation because you don't even go ice fishing if it's under 0.
Right.
So you're good.
Yeah, I don't have a flip over anymore, so I just got my little guide light sled, and that determines the type of day
Have you started like you have a built-in like tie flying rack that comes out, a little table? Have you worked on that yet?
Oh, in a fish house?
Yeah.
Nope, not yet.
Put that in the Goblin's Den or a drawing table.
There you go. Joss has an Ice Castle Cedar Lodge 27S. Love my Sure Step and slide out. And here you go, Patrick. Think about this. Tell the guys about this. Took out the oven and went the air fryer oven route without looking back.
Oh yeah,
air fryers are fantastic.
Oh, for sure.
I've yet to use one. I'm like that guy, I guess.
Yep. Bob Bolin wants to know, why isn't Patrick wearing his waders?
Because I'm at Thorne Brothers, Bob.
That's a terrible excuse.
Why would I wear waders?
I don't understand the joke he's trying to.
I don't
in
either.
The first place. I'm just piling on.
Yeah, no, I'm indoors. I'm at Thorne Brothers.
Okay, all right. Let's see. The fiance loves taking hot showers out ice fishing.
Interesting.
Well, how did you do that when?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that work, Joss?
Must have.
Because we've got super cold weather. We've got water.
Yeah.
Is this something she's looking to do, or she does? And how do you keep things from freezing up?
Mm-hmm.
This is something people want to know. Because if so, that'd be awesome. Because if you go on a long trip for 3-4 days, it's nice to take a shower every once in a while, especially when you got 3 or 4 or 5 guys in a house.
Dude wipes.
We all stink.
Dude wipes.
Yeah, dude wipes. They can send me a bill for advertising on the show. All right, we're still waiting for Dominic to show up for Vexilar. In the meantime, let's talk about sonars. What kind of sonars do you guys use? Myself, I've got a Hondex 8 FL8. That's pre-Vexilar. So it is a Vexilar, and it actually works great. I started using it last year. Works great. I was like, yeah, I get it now. My first ever flasher ever. Otherwise, I've got my Helix 7 that I use more for walleye fishing at this point, or if I need a GPS. So, what do you guys use at home? Dale, you got 28?
28.
28?
28.
28?
Someday
Someday
I'll
I'll
get a
probably
30
do that.
and toy around with it and see if I need it or not.
Yeah.
I think I would like it, in talking to people that have had it, to get into the finer minutia of.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and you really got to take a look at how you fish. When I'm working for Vex down at like Reed's or something, a lot of people are like, "Whoa, you don't have the 30?" And I'm like, "I really don't, wouldn't utilize all of its features." I'm primarily a pan fisherman, and I don't get super technical with it, so I really don't need it. But it for deep water, it's a fantastic unit.
It'd be interesting to work, like, kind of have somebody that has a 30 and 28 and just see the differences. What I understand, there's not a ton, but it can get really specialized.
Oh, super specialized. Yeah.
Which could be nice.
You're a tournament guy. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to utilize those tools much more than I ever would. Like my 28, I throw it in low power mode as the sun's going down and the bugs are coming up.
I pretty much have it in low power mode all the time.
And then the very rare occasion, super rare, I even throw it in weed mode. I utilize the zoom.
I don't have any of those modes on my Hondex.
Yeah, so. I use weed mode once in a while because I'm fishing in the weeds.
Yeah, if I'm fishing in the weeds, there's 100% chance that I'm gonna have sore neck because I'm side fishing.
I think I would like I would like the. Yeah, I guess I probably would like the 30. I think because I like to really dial in into what specific area I'm fishing.
Yep.
How many particulates are in the water? How deep is there? Weeds? Is there? And I generally like it where I can see my jig pretty well, but not too well. I don't want it to be taking up too much of my screen.
Yeah.
Which, like the old Vexilars, it's like just this big giant wide bar.
The only time, and I'm lucky to have a really good friend that I go fishing with a lot, and if it's burbot season, then I will borrow his secondary Garmin unit, just because it's really tough to see burbot on a flasher when we're fishing those steep breaks. You get the false, you get the two bottom hit and that void in the middle. But when you put it on that 2D side,
does the showers pull water from the lake? As long as the house is heated, the water system is fine. Drain the water heater at the end of the weekend and pump 2 gallons of antifreeze in. Takes under 10 minutes to re-winterize. And he continues with, like Glacier, all the water lines are inside the house, so no risk of freezing as long as the heat is on.
Nice.
So there you go. That's how take showers. So Pat, Alan, does your house work that way? Because that house gets stinky when we're in there. You get 3 guys drinking beers and eating, overeating a bunch of rich foods. Green fog coming out of that thing. The fish we have to keep all the fish because they just die once they get any air from there. Sam Pogo, he's got a Vex 28 and a Garmin. Joey Hagman, he's got an FL 20 and a Helix 9 with live. Lucky. I want that live. Bob Boland, Patrick only fishes for rock bass. It's not true. He fishes for bullheads too. But Tom Petrosky, he backs him up. There's nothing wrong with some party crappies.
Hell no.
Nope. I like them.
Rock bass
again,
great.
It's for me, it's just all about opportunity. I'll fish for anything.
Oh yeah. Sean Cox, looking forward to my newly upgraded FLX 28. Thanks again, Patrick.
Yeah.
Did he just come see you at? Did you get it from you, or did he?
Yeah, he got it from me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Petrosky's got a FLX 28, FLX 12, and a couple of FL8s. Joe, what up, Pat and crew?
What up?
Mason, can't wait to go to Red Lake. And then Bob Bowen, sure it isn't stuff stuck in your beard. Which one of us?
Yeah.
Which one?
The answer is yes, it is probably.
We should almost have Patrick in the middle to split this, so we have the 2 big beards on the end, and Patrick with his white.
I hate
short
this
beard
thing on my face.
Why?
It's just annoying.
Here we go.
But not annoying enough to shave it?
Here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Beards are like tinted windows. You're just hiding something ugly.
How dare you, sir?
How dare you?
My double chin is not ugly.
Bingo. Just like tinted windows.
Oh,
man.
the smell in the house isn't that stuff stuck in your beer? It could be. I mean, it catches food and beer and stuff.
It's an
let's see.
unfinished surface.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what a beardless face is. It's like a house with no paint.
Right.
What would be the point of that?
Mm-hmm.
Less
Exactly.
maintenance.
Yep. Thanks to Clam Outdoors. Thank you to Glacier Ice Houses, and thank you to Thorn Brothers.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a great time. And if anybody's in the area, come out. We got chairs. You're gonna win a rod. It's either that or we're gonna fight over the rod later.
What's up,
Fight to the
Ashley?
death. So yeah, Ashley's checking it out and checking out the show. We are kind of spread out as far as where we're broadcasting now. It's on the SmackDown Outdoors Facebook page and YouTube channel, on the Lone Angler YouTube channel. It's another little channel I got, SDO Productions. And then my personal Facebook page. It's also there. So,
yeah.
But if you want to win, share it from the SmackDown Outdoors Facebook page.
What are some
That would be
trips
awesome.
people have planned? Like, I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna get into my new thing's gonna be lake trout.
Yeah. What's
I've
everybody got planned?
I've already
this
made
year?
up my mind.
I want to do a Lake of the Woods with Crafty. If we're talking ice, I'm gonna more than likely head to Alabama sometime this winter to do some fishing.
Big shout out. Should we say? Or wait, no, that's Tennessee.
No,
What?
it's Alabama.
Is she in Alabama?
Alabama.
Okay. Big shout out to Sarah, the closer Parvin.
Yeah.
You guys want to see some giant freakish bluegills?
Slab.
Go follow her on Instagram
Bless
or
America.
TikTok or wherever.
Yeah.
It's her. He had him. Patrick had her on his show talking about it, and they're looking to grow world records, and they're catching just it's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's
It is
and
insane.
you know what the cool part about that whole thing when it was all said and done was the amount of work that her and her dad are putting into this in pond management, and just they've been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's not just throwing fish in there and just throwing food from the dock. There's all kinds of stuff that goes on. It's very science based, and it's pretty cool. But I'm thinking about heading down there. And
Alan Kishler's in the
hi,
building.
Alan.
Just come strolling in.
Pete Scholl says, Dale, if Superior freezes good this year, let's go fish Lakers there.
Okay.
I really want to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just always sketched out. It's
Same.
like, when is it
Thanks,
okay?
Alan.
When is it okay? Wave to the people,
Lifesaver.
Alan. No, okay. Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
sit
there
down
you
and
go.
talk.
Yeah, if you want to.
Thank
Yeah,
you, sir.
that looks like fun.
Huh?
Mitch Heil. Mitch Heil says, my only big trips I want to do is Ely lake trout and maybe head to Ottertail and chase big panfish with Jesse Thalman. Yes.
Tiger trout would be sick too.
Yep, tiger trout trip.
I have gone down that rabbit hole. Looking, there's a ton of lakes in Minnesota up in the Bondi Waters, Arrowhead region where I assume by plane or something they dump these fish in because a lot of these don't have roads going to them.
Yep.
And you're like, how cool would that be?
Yeah.
But then I'm also, the other brain's like, why does the DNR spend money on this for the 3 people that access this resource?
I don't know. Well, he always what was it? Aaron Weeb Uncut doing the early like at the launch, freaking launches like 2 feet under the ice catching those tiger trout and whatnot. That's pretty cool.
That would be so cool. But that's the other thing, like just the unknown has kept me from doing it. Just taking that leap of faith and going, okay, well, I read they're in this lake. Here's a map. Here's this lake. Now I got to figure out how to get to said lake. And all this is 4 hours away from where I was living.
Hey, Tom's
so
here.
It's like, I need to just.
I think another thing I'd like to do this winter too is just revisit childhood and spend some time. I've got some buddies that have dark houses back around my parents' place, and just to revisit that because that's what got me started into ice fishing. It's
Some spearing. Yeah, and we talked the other day.
Yeah.
I've never done it. So one time, a buddy of mine, Austin, we packed into this little lake.
Go ahead and push that other chair out of the way and get centered with the table. Otherwise, you'll be off to one side.
And he brought his spear and stuff, but there wasn't much action. Like we were getting more action on tip-ups than getting anything to come through the spear hole for whatever reason. So I was like, if he'd have started getting action there, then I would have swapped out. I would have went in there and like, let me try it. But as that day worked out, there was more action outside the spear house. So I was What was
Yeah.
the point? I'm not
Yeah.
going to do it. Just say I did it. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
So
All right. Turn him up. So people can hear. Boom. What's up, buddy?
How we doing, guys?
Good. Thanks for
Hey,
joining
Dom.
us.
Absolutely.
I know
Thanks
you
for
had
having me.
I know you had a little bit of a trip to come over here from the show. So,
A little bit of construction, you
Sorry,
know.
is that what's going on?
Oh, it's a mess.
Oh,
Sorry
I
about
got the
that,
text from you, and
as,
I'm like, oh,
as
boy.
Alan's like pointing, going, yes, he's right. Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay,
No worries.
all right. Well, you're here.
Yes, sir.
So, we're starting to ask everybody, how is supply this year? I don't know if Vexilar was in trouble in the past couple of years, but how is supply this year?
So far, so good. The last 2 years, it's been a challenge, as everybody knows, right? So far, things are on track with, I would say, probably 2019. So a normal year for the most part.
Okay.
That usually gets us through December. After that, it's anybody's guess. You know, if we get some early colder weather, that usually gets us short on inventory in early January, and that's when it's a last minute flurry to get stuff.
Well, if you're waiting until January, like where are you fishing that it gets like ice that late? I mean, I don't know. You think you'd want it before?
Get it November.
Before,
you know,
yeah.
Get it when you can.
Buy it now, right now. Yeah. Oh, no, that's good to hear. So, yay, good news. We can buy Vexilars. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
I don't. Do you guys have anything new this year? Really?
Nothing new in the lineup, and the most reason for, I guess I should say, the biggest reason for that is just with the last 2 years on trying to catch up with everything. We just want to make sure we're shipping everything 100% complete this year, and not kind of over promise like the last 2 years had just been tricky.
Yeah.
We do have a cool new cribbage board that came out, so we're a lot of the hard-sided ice house guys.
Oh, very
they're gonna
cool.
love that. So that's gonna
Perfect.
be a sweet
Perfect.
item.
Well, that and with the 30, I mean, we can let people get used to that model before we go, hey, here's another one.
here's the
That's
95.
got more stuff to it.
Exactly.
I mean, the 30 is an awesome unit and got so much stuff into it. Yeah, I can only imagine. So let's break down the 30, go over that.
Yep.
And then what's the other one you got?
And then I brought the 12 too to just cover that other end of the spectrum as well. So a little bit of both worlds here.
And then we'll kind of do the comparison between like the 8, the this, the that, just so give them a reminder. What's the difference between an 8 and a 12 or 18 and a 20? So,
exactly. Yep.
So,
a little bit of similarity in every unit in the lineup, right? And we do that for a reason. So if you own the base model FL8, it's going to operate similar to the FLX30 in terms of how you're using it, right? You have 3 different knobs to use, or 2 depending on if you have an FLX12, right? And same thing, when you're looking at the FLX30 here, you have that gain function just like every other unit has, right? That's essentially your microphone underwater. The more you turn it up, the more you're going to see. Keep it as low as possible, right? The biggest feature on the FLX30 is you can change frequency. And what I mean by that is you can go anywhere from 160 kilohertz all the way up to 300 kilohertz, depending on the setting that you're in. 2 different reasons why you might want to do that. Number one, there's a lot of electronics in the world right now, right? Especially if you're fishing close to people in a permanent shack. For example, you might have 3 different brands in the same house. You're throwing out multiple different frequencies, right? With the 30, you can change those frequencies and completely eliminate that interference 100%. So every Vexilar before the FLX30 operated at 200 kilohertz. If you're outside of 200 kilohertz on the FLX30, you won't pick up their interference from another Vexilar.
and will that interfere with those Vexilars?
Nope, it won't. So you're almost speaking a different language, if you will.
Yep.
So that's the biggest feature to that. When you're changing that frequency too, you're also changing that cone angle just a little bit. It's not a massive change, but it is there. So the higher the frequency number, so say 300, that's where we top out, you're actually at a narrower cone angle. And what that does is it gives you more definition in a smaller amount of area. So think of it as the narrower the beam, the higher the definition. That's what you're getting at that 300 kilohertz setting. On the opposite end of that spectrum, when you're at 160 kilohertz, you're going to widen that cone angle up quite a bit. You know, you're definitely over 12 degrees at that point. So you do have some variability with changing those frequencies. And also different fishing scenarios with bait fish, right? You get on some lakes and you turn on your unit and you don't see anything, right? You see the bottom and nothing in between. Well, other lakes full of sediment, full of bait fish, full of little zooplankton and other things that might bloom when the sun drops, and you'll get all these marks on your screen. That's another beauty of changing those frequencies. You can just eliminate that. So you
get
have
rid of that cloud that shows up about 8:30 at night, and it's like, I think there's fish
every
but,
night, right?
I don't know.
Yep. You'll see it slowly start to lift off the bottom, and you're like, what is happening?
Well, here again, I can't bring out the camera because it's too dark, and infrared just will show everything. So I don't know. We'll go by feel at this point, I guess.
It's nice to have that adjustability, like you said. Filter that out completely.
Yep, that's cool.
Yep. So that's your biggest difference with the 30 is your frequency change, right? So you have this special broadband ice deucer right here. It's similar but different compared to all of our other transducers out there. You'll notice there's a rubber coating around that transducer. That's because there are 7 different crystals inside this transducer compared to 1 or 2 crystals in our other transducers in the lineup here. So that's why it looks a little bit different. There's a crystal for each frequency. So could you use it on other units? Absolutely. But you're only going to get that 200 kilohertz setting out of it. You won't be able to change frequencies. So.
Right. Yep. All right. It's a pretty fancy looking shuttle it comes on. Does it come with its own battery and all that stuff at this point?
Comes with everything you see here. You have the Ultra Pack carrying case for the FLX30. This one has a master on and off switch, and I get asked a lot, what's the reason for that? A lot of people are running accessories in their fish houses nowadays, right? They're clipping onto those positive and negative terminals, and they're with alligator clips, and they'll run an LED light, or maybe they'll run an ice defense unit, right? Well, say you accidentally leave your accessory on while your Vexilar is off. You might come back and your battery's dead, right? You left it on all night, or you just forgot about it. So that's the point of that master on and off. When that switch is off, your accessories are off as well too. So you have positive and negative terminals, master on and off switch. Your battery, which is a lithium battery in the FLX30, is located in the bottom here. It's sealed, so it's out of the elements. And we also include a 1 amp lithium charger with the FLX30. And that can charge your old lead batteries if you'd like to. Your only difference with that charger, it's just not a lead maintainer. So when it's done charging, unplug it. Whereas our old chargers, 365, you could leave it in. There was no issue there.
Yep. All right. So let's be real. Let's be honest. Okay.
Yep.
It's not a cheap unit.
It's not.
Okay. Which I understand. I'm not knocking that. It is what it is. Who needs this unit?
In my opinion, 2 different anglers.
Because I'm not one of them. I already know this. I've seen this before, and I don't need it, and I fish a lot.
Yep.
So who actually needs the 30?
So going back to your first point, you're about at $800 depending on Ultra Pack or Pro Pack. You can get a Pro Pack case for the FLX32. So you're in that ballpark. So like you said, it's not inexpensive by any means. Mostly we are seeing guys that are fishing in those wheelhouses. They're really liking the FLX30 for that frequency change. So if you're around a lot of anglers, different electronics, or just multiple in one area, your 30 offers a huge advantage. You can just clear up that signal so much more. On the other side of things, and as ice anglers, we like to fish a little bit of everything, right? One weekend we might fish panfish, the next weekend it might be walleyes. If you're someone that's constantly going to different environments, the 30 is also really nice for that too. You might be fishing the trees of Devil's Lake, or you might be fishing sturgeon on the St. Croix in 40 feet of water, right? Those frequencies will give you that adjustability with that cone angle and also clear up that screen in all those scenarios. So a lot of wood, you might want to narrow that cone angle up a little bit, right? There's a lot of other objects that sonar angle cone could hit that might drive you crazy because it'll show up on the screen all the time. Whereas really deep water, you can widen that up just a little bit if you're really trying to see what's down there and get maximum surface area coverage. That's a nice feature to have too. So I'd say
you can just frustrate yourself because you're seeing a fish further out than you normally would. And it's like, why aren't you biting? Well, because it's still over there.
Yep.
You just, yeah.
Exactly. So it's kind of those 2 anglers, in my opinion. Okay. If you're a little bit of all scenarios, and also if you fish around a lot of people.
Okay, that's you answered that like perfectly, because typically people will go, well, if you're a tournament guy or a fishing guide, you should have. It's like live scope. If you're a tournament guy or a fishing guy, you need it, right? But who else really should use it? And you're giving actual scenarios. Alan's sitting here, and I fish with him, and he's got Markham. I've got Bird. We've got Vexilars. This, that, and the other. So being able to go, and because we've run into that where I've had to change my helix and try to find the frequency that's not being interfered.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean that's good to know, to think outside just the pro and the guide and blah blah blah. Like who actually goes, okay, yeah, I need that.
Exactly. Yeah, it puts you in that exact scenario that it might be advantageous for you.
Yeah, I mean, because don't get me wrong, if I could just go, yeah, okay, here's my credit card and take it. Yeah, I'd own one just like everything else.
More expensive has to be better, right? I will catch more fish if I spend more money.
It is all relative though too. You're talking about, and it's expensive maybe for a flasher, but you got people out there buying these live scope shuttles and bundles, and they're dropping stuff that's over
$3,000-$4,000.
Yeah, $3,000. And you're like,
and that
800 is expensive. You're like,
right.
And you want to talk about being frustrated looking at fish that you can't get to bite. The live scope's great for that.
See, the whole live scope and everything, that's like a whole nother category.
It's such a big jump too.
That's what I see it as. I try not to compare that to Vexilars or even any of the other companies, flashers, sonars.
I would say it's definitely not a new thing. Like if you're getting into ice fishing and you want electronics, you don't jump to the 30.
Right. Yep. And that's a good point too. So that's another reason why I brought that FLX 12. That's a great starting unit. You have, 2 knobs to master, right? One of them is your range setting. How deep are you fishing? And the other setting is your gain setting. The more it's turned up, the more you're going to see. So it's pretty easy to master, very user friendly, right? Yeah. You could jump into a 30 right out of the gate, but it's amazing how many people to this day I fish with that, I have this brand new FLX 30. Look at all the features, and I fish with them. I'm like, you don't use half of them.
You don't use the features.
I'm like, you just throw it on auto, and
dude, you could have bought an 18 and gotten away with it because that's where you pretty much max out right now.
Yeah, I have a 28 and I love it. I mean, I can't. There's not very many. Just using the 28. There's only been a few scenarios where I'm like, I wonder if the 30 would be better here if I could just dial it in just a little bit more.
A couple different changes.
Yeah, because one of the, and maybe you can answer this. One of the frustrations I do have it on auto.
Yep.
And if I'm fishing weeds, or even if a big school of fish comes, sometimes it switches back and forth. Like it thinks the thing suspended is the bottom and it jumps back and forth. That drives me crazy.
Yep.
Is that something I could change cone angles or frequency on the 30 and eliminate that?
Yeah. So a couple different things there. So number one, when you're in that auto setting, it's almost always trying to find that bottom for you, right? Versus when you're in the range setting of say 10 feet, it's saying I'm looking at 10 feet and up. That's it. So in auto, sometimes it can get confused. Like you mentioned, you have a big school of fish come in. Well, all of a sudden, you have all these red marks popping up, and then it thinks, oh, the bottom moved a little bit, right? So it'll adjust that. So you can do 2 different things. Number one, I would say just go to your manual range setting. That will take care of that for you.
What I usually do.
Yep. And that can happen sometimes in soft bottom if it's very soft. I mean, we're talking that silty mud, for you duck hunters out there, you step your waders in and you disappear up to your waist, right? That type of stuff.
You try the second cone angle or the second bottom trick where you set it double and it still doesn't show up any red.
That's when you know it's soft.
Yeah. The second bottom.
The bottomless lake.
Good Lord.
Exactly. So that's one thing you could do with your range setting. With the frequencies as well, you could adjust that cone angle too. Generally, the narrower that cone angle is, the stronger that signal is, just because you're taking that power and you're focusing it in one area. So that can help you out a little bit as well.
Yeah. It's like a rifle versus a shotgun.
Yeah. I don't use auto a ton
right here or all over there.
I don't use auto a ton for the other reason too. If I'm doing a lot of hole hopping, it always takes that little second to like find it and adjust your screen.
Yep.
And if I just want to know, if there's fish suspended or whatever before I even start fishing, then I'll put it to the setting I know is high enough for the depth I'm in, and I'm not even looking at the bottom really. I'm just looking for a mark suspended somewhere between the top and that bottom red line.
Yep.
Doesn't mean if it's 80 feet or 100 feet or 20 feet. I'm just looking for something in between there.
You got it. And something you had mentioned earlier, Doug, when you're talking about doubling that depth to try to see that double echo, right? So soft bottom, if that's not showing up, that means it's extremely soft bottom, right? That was another cool feature with your FLX 30. So if you wanted to do that, and what we're talking about, say you're fishing and the bottom is 10 feet of water, and a double echo would mean you would show bottom and then you would show a second bottom, right? And then in some cases you would show a third bottom.
Yeah, you manually set your bottom to, so if it's 10 feet, I would probably go, you double that to 20, you go like 22, 23.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep. And for that reason, what we did on our manual range settings, and a lot of people don't know this here, but there's actually a range feature on the 30, so you can change those manual range settings. So now your 40-foot depth, you could change that so where it's like 150 foot is now your manual setting. So you have a shallow, a middle, and a deep manual range setting. So if you're always looking for those hard to soft bottom transitions, you're trying to see where it goes from 3 echoes only down to 2, right? There's going to be a transition there. You can adjust that as well.
Nice.
Wow.
Starting to actually talk me into the 30.
$1 million idea.
Yeah.
How about like a little light bar, that tells you how hard the bottom is?
Well, that's what the whole screen is.
Yeah. Well, but without having to change that, like it's always constant.
No.
Like
Right.
you put it down, it tells you it's on a gradient,
Like
from
a scale, right?
Yeah.
And that's something too with, and again, the tricky part with some of these things we're talking about, right? It takes you being in that scenario and fishing in it to understand really what you're looking at, right? But when you're looking at the bottom, for example, if your bottom shows up as this long taily line, that means that that signal is being absorbed into the bottom right there. So think of that as a softer bottom versus if you have a short signal and then you see that double echo behind it, that means it's a hard bottom. So that could be gravel or it could be muck if you lose that echo and it has a long tail to it. So the longer it is, it's being absorbed into the bottom. The shorter it is, the harder that return.
Yep. All right. So let's go back to the 12. Let's go back a one further. Let's start with the 8.
The 8. Yep.
And because the 8 and the 12 are kind of the same unit,
similar,
but what are the actual differences between the 8 and the 12? And then we'll do the next 2 and then go from there.
Yep. So your FLX 12 and your 8, like you mentioned, they are similar, but there are some differences. For example, on your FLX 12, you have our updated LED light system. Compared to our FL8, you have the older light system. What a lot of people don't know is the FL8 and the 18 for that matter, they're now brushless, but it's not the exact same technology as our X series unit. So like your FLX 12, for example. So the 8 is much quieter than it used to be, but it does have a different light system. So your FLX 12, it has that brighter LED display. The really big difference between your 12 and your 8, your 12 has a low power 20-foot scale. And that's something that is a big feature for a lot of anglers, especially when you're looking at Vexilar that offers a low power feature in every unit in the lineup except for the 12. You can get the shallow water S cable. Talk about that later, but
they don't work. They're horrible. At least I've tried it before and it doesn't work real well.
The S cable?
Yeah, the low power cable.
It can be a little tricky depending on how your unit's set up.
Yeah.
But when you go into that low power feature, generally if I'm fishing less than 20 feet of water, I'm always in low power, right? And also what a lot of people don't think about, as a hunter, right? I'm always trying to be stealthy, whether I'm deer hunting, duck hunting, whatever. Fishing is not much different from that. I've had many cases like muskie fishing, for example, a fish is following in, somebody in the boat steps over and says, there's a fish, that fish bolts. And they said, what happened? Fish heard you, right? So being quiet on the ice is a big thing. When you have these units on normal power, if I pointed this transducer right at you right now, you would hear it ticking, right? You can hear that pinging bouncing all around the room. When you go to low power, you can't hear that pinging anymore. So
let's try it on that on your mic.
Do that here.
I don't know if it'll.
I don't know that mic there. I'll turn on.
Oh yeah, I can hear.
I can hear right now.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody quiet.
And now changing to low power.
There it is.
There you go.
Back to high power. Back to low power.
Stealth mode.
There you go. I don't know if anybody could hear it at home, but yeah, I mean, it goes from the zzz to like I heard nothing.
Ticking,
in low power.
Yep. Yeah. So that's a nice feature to have too. So not only are you reducing the strength of that sonar output, but you're making it much quieter too.
Okay.
Your FLX 12 also has a night mode on it, so you're just dimming the lights. So if you're just getting into ice fishing, the 8 is still a bulletproof unit, but you're around $300 for an FL8. For an FLX 12, you have the option of the Ice Pro pack right here or a Blue Gens pack. In the Gens pack world, you're around that $50 increase from the 8 to the 12, so you're not at too much of a price difference. And also, a blue Gens pack fits on top of a 5-gallon bucket, and that's just to get it off the ice, so you're not looking straight down all the time, right? Whereas the Pro Pack fits inside of it. It's nice for if you store your units in buckets. It's pretty convenient that way, and you get a tackle box with it as well too.
Yeah. As an owner of a Hondex FL8,
there you go. That's an old one.
It's pretty much a Vexilar. It's I mean, I don't know how much has really changed.
Very similar.
I got it from my neighbor and basically for free. As an owner of that, if he would have had a 12 and an 8 and he would have charged me $50 for the 12 and given me the 8, I would have given him the $50. I've already outgrown the 8.
Yep.
Like I'll still use it, but it's like, yeah, it's definitely worth it to the bump up to the 12.
Dude, night mode's not a little thing.
No.
Yeah,
like when it starts getting dark, the brightness of that screen, it's like overpowering. You can't see anything else. Like you couldn't walk, you'd fall in a hole or like it washes everything out. It's way too much.
It does. Yep, that is a very underrated feature, and to each their own, but I am always wearing sunglasses when I'm fishing on the ice. It's just so bright, right?
Yeah.
I'm even in night mode just when I'm having my shades on too, because I don't need that bright of a signal outfit. It's pretty bright, and then once you get down, once the sun gets down, right, and you're inside a fish house, especially if you have all the lights off, like you said, that is very powerful lights. So dim them and you're good.
Ryan Wolf is asking, did I hear the 8s won't be made anymore at some point? Are they looking to phase them out?
At some point, but again, right, what is some point? So that's something that...
Are there any official plans
Not
as
yet.
of... Okay, there you
Not
go.
yet.
That,
Nope.
That's, yeah.
Not
I'm
yet.
sure at some point they'll go, well, nobody's buying them because they're going to the 12s or the 18s.
Well, you'd be surprised. Like when I do a weekend at Reed's, there's a lot of 8s that walk out the door.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just guys that want to, or people that want to buy it for their grandchild, or I just
kids,
need a new one.
Back up in your house. You have one or two of them in your wheelhouse there for guys that don't have it or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
And the same thing with your FL8. I mean, whenever I go up to Upper Red Lake, for example, I still use that 8. Why? Because it has a super wide cone angle, and you don't need all that power output when you're fishing in 4 to 6 feet of water, right?
Exactly.
It is kind of funny to me. I do see some people, and I'm like, when you're in that narrow cone setting, in Upper Red, you're not looking at that big.
You're only seeing like 6 inches at the bottom.
Yep. The 8 is all you'll ever need if you fish that lake, in my opinion. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. So we got the 8 and the 12.
Got the
12
8
is
and the 12.
upgraded 8.
Yes.
18 and the 20.
Yep, 18 and the 20. So your 18 visually looks like an 8, right? So you have that older face with the cone on the flasher wheel here that sticks out a couple inches, right? So that's your sun shield is what that is. So same thing. It is now brushless, but it has the older light system, but you get a 6-foot bottom zoom. So that's the first unit in our lineup that has that 6-foot bottom zoom is your FL18. And with that, you're getting a normal mode, which is full power, and then you're getting a low power setting as well, too, for your zoom and your normal ranges. So another scenario, if you only fish Lake of the Woods 1 or 2 weekends out of the year, you're only going to need that 18, right? You're pretty much fishing walleyes on the bottom, at least in the southern end of the lake is what I'm referring to. I talked to a lot of guys that do that weekend trip. 18 is all you'll ever need. 6-foot bottom zoom, and away you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And moving on to your FLX20, that unit is our X series motor as well too. So you do have that brighter LED light system, just like you're looking at our 30 and our 12. Your 20, you have a 6-foot bottom zoom and you have a 12-foot bottom zoom. So that's nice for schooling crappies, schooling perch, right? Fish that could be closer to the middle of the water column or just coming off the bottom so much because there's so many fish chasing, right? That 12-foot zoom window can be very nice. You also have your night mode feature on your FLX20. And one underrated feature about that FLX20. So you have 3 different colors on your base model flashers, right? You have your green, your yellow, your red. And what that is, green's a weak signal, yellow's a medium, red is a strong signal, right? So as the fish is getting close to you, it's going to change colors. With your FLX20, you can actually work backwards and go from 3 colors down to 2, down to 1. Now, some people are saying, why would I want to eliminate targets, right? Well, think of if you're fishing in a wall of weeds. So like the metro area, notorious for milfoil, right? A lot of these lakes have milfoil beds. If you can see that there's fish in those milfoil beds, and you don't want to see all the green weeds too, you can go from 3 colors to 2. So now you're eliminating those weaker signals, and you're only seeing those medium and the strong signals. Take it one step further, eliminate 2 colors. So now you don't have your medium and your weak signal. You just have red, your strong signals. Now you're only seeing those stronger returns. So in other words, what is directly underneath you, or those bigger fish, or something that is basically not a weak or medium signal. So you wouldn't be seeing your weeds. You wouldn't be seeing those tiny fish anymore.
Did any of you guys know about this?
Yeah.
I had no idea that even existed. I mean, I'm just getting into the Vexilar game, obviously, but I've never heard anybody talk about that.
Yep. So color elimination is essentially what you're doing in that FLX 20.
Alan, I've got a Hondex FL8. I'm used to LCD screens. Yeah, that's a cool feature.
Yeah,
awesome.
Very underrated too.
Yeah.
When I've fished schooling crappies, it's a nice feature because, again, I fish a lot of these metro lakes. Well, you'll have 5-7 inch crappies everywhere. You're trying to look for those 10s or bigger, right? Go from 3 colors down to 2. Go to 1 color. Now you're only targeting the big dogs there.
All right. I've got $1 billion idea for Vexilar.
Let's hear it.
Let's make an open water version of that for bass fishing that milfoil.
There you go.
Could you imagine
bad
that?
idea.
Just rolling around and only getting the bass returns? Oh my God. What? Oh, the MMA guys taught you that? Yeah. Yeah, I had no idea that existed. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another nice feature to have. So that's your FLX 20, right? So think of target elimination with those color selections on your 20 and your 12-foot bottom zoom. That's what you're gaining. Next in the lineup, you go to your FLX 28. So that is similar but different to your FLX 30. The 28, you're in that you're still in that $700 price point range, depending on Pro Pack or Ultra Pack, right? It does come with a lithium battery as well, too.
And there's no lower version 28. You got the 8 and the 12, the 18 and the 20, and then the 28 stands by itself.
Correct. That's where you start to see significant differences, right? So your 20, like you said, is similar to the line on down, whereas your 28 and 30, that's where there's a big separation gap there too.
Yep.
So with your 20, you're getting that auto zoom feature of your 6-foot bottom zoom and your 12-foot bottom zoom, right? So just like your FLX 20 would have, but you're also getting an auto range feature. So like we had talked about before, when you're checking holes, if you have it on auto, the unit will automatically find the bottom for you all the way up to 300 feet of water, right? It'll do that automatically. You don't have to change settings around. So whether you're in 300 feet or 15 feet, it'll find a scale for you. Nice feature to have if you're fishing, say, Lake of the Woods too, lake trout areas. I mean, you could have anywhere from 20 feet at one hole to 80 feet the next, just a couple yards away. Right. Nice to have that auto feature.
One thing with the zoom, which I love the zoom, if you're on a slope and you're, weaving up and down a slope, you don't have to mess with the dial. That's great when it's on, auto. But if you have zoom on as well, you'll get out of the zoom doesn't change.
Right.
So your bottom, you'll get out of your zoom at some point in time. So if you're really searching, just take the zoom off, and then when you start fishing, turn the zoom back on.
Exactly. Good point. Yep. So you get that auto range, you have your 6-foot and 12-foot zoom. Then you have 5 color palettes in the FLX 28. So you can drop that down to 2 colors, similar to the FLX 20, where you're only looking at medium and strong signals. And then you can go from 2 colors to traditional 3 up to 4 colors. So now you're gaining a stronger color on that spectrum, right? So now you're going to have white. So white is going to be stronger than red. 2 fish come in, one solid white, one has a little bit of white. Solid white's a big fish.
Yeah.
Then you can add a 5th color, and that's on the weaker side of the spectrum. So if you're looking for every little bait fish activity, you're looking for those small, subtle weeds down there, that weaker color being blue, you're going to see those returns now too. So it's almost, you're gaining detail on both ends of the spectrum with these color options here.
Yeah, you got a bunch of color options. I know my buddy Tom, and it's actually quite a few people I know that use the red, white, and blue
patriotic
color palette, and they go, it's because I can see it the best.
Well, there's
it's
color,
for colorblind.
Yeah,
that's
colorblind. You can switch.
That's
to
exactly what it's
blue.
for. Is for colorblind.
And if there are any colorblind people there having a hard time seeing any of the current color palettes, get a hold of Vexilar.
Correct. They can change those lights out for you.
Yep. So they can actually help you see it better. So,
Yep. Definitely.
Yep. That's cool.
Yep. Nice to have that feature as well. Red, white, and blue, color blindness, and also just different lighting conditions, right? Sometimes
Right.
I'll change it up just to see how that is reading just a little bit different. Nice to have that.
Yep.
And then lastly, with your FLX 28, really cool feature, like we were talking about fishing and weeds, there is a weed mode for your FLX 28. The nice thing about Vexilar, it pretty much gives you a menu option right on the screen, and it'll say how to get into weed mode. So it tells you right there. What that's doing is it's changing that ping rate of that transducer so you can see your jig and see those fish in those weed beds a lot easier. So basically it's recognizing stationary targets and essentially weakening those for you is what it's doing. So it makes it a little bit easier to target those fish with that weed mode.
And if you're not fishing in and around weeds,
you're
missing a lot of big fish.
You're out in the basin chasing around
You're
the
in the wrong
dinks.
spot, let me tell you.
It's the dink fest in the basin.
I mean, a lot. That's still, I run into it all the time. People have that thing in their head when it comes to ice fishing, that the shallow water, they just write off shallow water and they just go right to the deep basin where the community of houses is. And yeah, there will always be some fish there.
Right.
But those are going to be your pressured fish because they're literally getting knocked on the head all day, every day, all night. But there are fish to be had in other parts of the lake, and a lot of your better fish, especially panfish, but not even pan. I mean, I see some big walleye sneaking by those weeds too when I've got the camera down there. So, yeah, don't be afraid to go strike off and find your own fish somewhere. They're out there, and your bigger panfish are going to be in those weeds in some spots. Some lakes, it's weird. We talk about this. I feel like there's a latitude in Minnesota that if you get up north of there, you stop finding shallow weed fish.
Yep.
And they do go out the basins,
Yep,
which is
see a lot of
it's
those
really
face
weird. And you'll still find green weeds. It's like, why aren't they living here?
Mhm.
I don't have an answer for that. I just know that they don't.
Right.
Can you guys change out the colors for in any of the units for colorblind?
I think it's a little bit different in the X series. I'm not exactly sure what that process is like in our newer units. In our older 8s and 18s and anything that wasn't an X series unit, they would simply swap out the lights, and I believe it was purple, blue, and red is what they were changing them to. Don't quote me on that. I know there was purple and blue in there.
All right, so for an FLX 12, best just to call the shop.
Give them a call.
Yeah.
Yep, because I know that on some of the units it was a little tricky on if they could or could not. So you have a couple options. If you have the older units, for sure swap with the lights. Newer units have that color palette option too. So the 30 also has that feature as well.
Awesome. Yeah, Tom asking it. All right.
Mason, we already covered this earlier, but Mason asked, can the fish sense or hear it?
Oh yeah.
And then
Yep.
regular mode to low power mode.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of low power, kind of that stealth mode, like I was saying. It's a lot quieter. And when you're on low power, you're essentially widening that cone angle, right? That's what you're doing. It's on low power. So you're spreading that out. You're basically weakening the power of that main beam because it's putting out a wide beam and a narrow one. It's weakening that main one. So wider and quieter is what you're getting.
Nice. I'm going to play with that this year, like when I'm actually working a fish, to switch it.
Yep. See how they react.
Just see if they react.
If he's not biting, then switch it to low power and see if.
I just watch them. You'll see their body language, as they flicker, or that their fins moving and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And, do they get nervous? Do they just bolt? And it probably changes day to day, right? We've all seen it where you can drill right on top of fish's head, and if they're really snapping, drop down, and you catch them all day long. But there are days too where you got to creep on the ice, or you got to make sure you're walking on snow, because if you walk on straight ice, they just scatter. I mean, every day is kind of different. So I've never really played with that, really worried if the fish is picking up on my transducer sound or not, but I generally use low power anyways.
Right.
So
yeah, it's not something that the average angler thinks about, right? You think about, I'm just going to put it down there, find the fish, and that's it. But sound above and below the ice makes a big difference. I've, like you've said, I've noticed it before when you're making a lot of noise. Or take this, for example. I'm sure all you guys have been in this scenario. You're fishing and a truck drives by you, right? You got a school of crappies, and all of a sudden this truck is 200 yards away, and crappies start dissipating. Then all of a sudden you're going, what's going on? You look out and you see a truck coming. You're like, they can hear it.
On tough bites, both me and my partner will be
Walleyes
sitting there,
on Mille Lacs.
we'll be working a fish, and it's a really tough bite. You're really working that fish, and all of a sudden your buddy starts walking up to you, and you just straight put your hand up. You're like, don't.
Yeah, right.
Because too many times I've seen it, they'll come up and ask you a question, or even walk by you to go to the sled or do whatever, and you're working that fish, and you hear them crunch, and at the same time that fish is like, nope, it's just gone. You're like, oh,
Doesn't want to have it.
Yep. All right. Did we cover everything?
Just lastly on your, FLX 30 and then Vexilar as a whole, we were talking about low power. So this made me think of this. On your FLX 30, you have high, medium, and low power, right? So you have 3 different options there. You might be thinking, what do I need a medium power for? We like to break it down like 20 feet of water or less, go low power. 20 to 40, medium's going to be good for you. Anything deeper than that, high power, pretty much stay in that.
So most people really won't even ever have to touch high power.
For the most part,
think of it like
if you're lake trout fishing,
like a flashlight. If you want to see way out there, you're going to have to jack that power up.
Exactly. You need more power in one area. But the nice thing about that medium power that I've realized, schooling fish, so let's take crappies, right? In the winter, they're suspended over that 40-foot hole. You'll drop it to low power, and you're like, I just can't see them quite good enough. So you're cranking up that gain constantly, where high power might be a little much. Go to medium power, and especially with a jigging spoon, as you know, depending on the jigging spoon, those can be really difficult to show up on a sonar because it's a thin profile. That medium is perfect for that.
Yeah, anything that hangs vertical that can be hard to see.
Exactly.
On the battery, they come with lithium, but what's the run? Like, how many amp hours?
Yep. So we have a 9 amp hour battery that comes with your FLX 30 and your FLX 20 in the Pro Pack and Ultra Pack. We do make a 12 amp hour battery as well. That's a lithium battery. Nice thing about that is it will fit any Vexilar case ever made too.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Okay.
So nice to have that option. Last thing I want to touch on with Vexilar is you're just talking about real-time sonar, right? There's a lot of other sonar manufacturers on the market, as we all know. You had mentioned it perfectly earlier. Sometimes when you're watching that sonar return, you see it flicker or pulsate, right? And you're seeing those fins move. You're seeing the posture of that fish change. That's real-time sonar. You're getting that live feed for you. The second you move that jig, that's when that line is going to move at the same time. There's no delay there.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of that real-time sonar.
And that might be kind of magnifying down to, the finer minutia of reading your electronics, but it is important. It is important because that's how you can determine the mood of the fish. If you're working a fish and it's just, you're not getting that flicker, and then you change your cadence or do something, and all of a sudden you see that little flicker. Well, he just got excited.
Exactly.
You just changed the mood in that fish, and now you're like, oh, what did I do? And then you try to repeat that, and that's definitely going to help you have more success on the ice to utilize that machine to its fullest.
Yep. All right, Patrick, you got anything? No. Okay.
Awesome units. I've been using them since I bought my first Vexilar in 1994.
God, you're old.
Yeah, I am old.
Yeah,
I love them, and I've had an opportunity to run all the brands, and I just naturally go to my Vex.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. No shade at any other company, but you'll never pry me away from a Vexilar.
I have my Vex, which is now, or my Hondex, which is I'll end up upgrading. I know it.
You're gonna get a 20. I can see it in the future.
Probably, honestly, just to get the zoom. I also have my Helix.
Yep.
And I will never not have an LCD with GPS because I like that for walleye fishing. GPS and having, that's what I use for there. Right. But for running, walking around, doing that, panfish, the Vexilar, yeah. I mean, I actually, when I was fishing with Alan, I used the Vexilar to get used to it while you're walleye fishing too.
Yeah.
So, but I love having that GPS. Yeah. So it's their tools for different scenarios, just like all the Vexilars, they're tools for different scenarios.
Exactly.
Oh, one cool thing I do want to mention, I think a lot of people forget, is the shape of those are meant to fit no matter what model, they fit in a 5-gallon bucket.
Yep. Your Ultra Pack and your Pro Pack right inside a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah. I went from a Gens box to a Pro Pack so I could do that, or at least have it sitting on top of the bucket and it fits right.
There you go.
Yeah, I feel like that's another underrated kind of feature. Like you don't think about like how convenient that is. Just being like, boop, put that into a
completely
bucket.
Traveling out on the ice. You have all your tools, your tackle, boop, put it in, you're good to go.
Yep. All right, that's Vexilar. Appreciate it, Don.
Awesome.
Appreciate you
that was great.
dealing with traffic You can hang out here for the rest of the day if you want.
I wouldn't mind it. You know, the
I mean-
traffic was brutal the whole way over here. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, I could have sworn he told me 11:30, right? I was like, gonna be cutting it close, but
Yeah.
perfect.
Alan will help
I'll
you get
hit you
home.
up for the
Get
detour.
the secret route. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Vexilars
guys.
are for grandpas.
Hey, they always work. I'll tell
Yeah.
you that. They always work.
Brian's a bass fisherman. He barely
Well,
ice fishes.
I'm a
I
bass
get that a
fisherman
lot,
too.
in
Yeah,
the in
but-
stores. You know, how's Vexilar going to compete with these LCD units
They're
that
different
have
tools.
GPS on them? And I said, well, I've watched my friends that have Garmin's and Helixes, and we're out there fishing, and before they even turn it on, they grab their phone and look at Navionics.
Yeah.
So I have yet to see one guy power up his unit, pull up his maps on his head unit. They reach in their pocket because everybody's got Navionics on their phone.
Right.
So there's really
I
no
do that to
reason to.
get to the main like the area, but then if I have waypoints, that's where my GPS
And it
comes in.
could be because I'm used to flashers, but anytime I've used like a Hummingbird or something like that, I don't like the delay.
Yeah.
I like the real time information.
Yeah.
You know, especially when I'm detecting light bites. When I mean light bites, I mean bites that are like your spring bobber didn't move, or even if you're, tight lining or whatever, it's like it's more instinctual. You're like, that fish is completely engulfed my mark. Nothing has happened on my end, but I just feel like I think there's a fish there. And then
Right.
you just hook sets are free, right? So
Yep.
you give it a shot, and sure enough, it's there. It's like that split second decision that you made. If you're waiting for that mark to envelop your jig on an LCD, that lag time, he already spit it out. Like, there's no way to know if he had it or not. Like, I'm just call me a slave to it or whatever, but I want that real time information.
Well, Vexilar will give you that real time.
I don't fish the past.
All right. Let's close her out for the morning. I think it was a pretty successful morning. We learned a lot, saw some cool stuff. All right, folks. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back this afternoon. So just stay tuned. Go get some lunch, because that's what we're gonna do. Thank you to the sponsors, Clam Outdoors. Greatly appreciate it. Glacier, you got a little mini Glacier seminar from Patrick today. That was pretty cool. Of course, Thorn Brothers. We're sitting in their building, having fun, doing our best. And come on over to Thorn
MVP goes
Brothers.
to Alan Kishler for the coffee, dude. This
Yeah, there
changed
you
my
go.
entire attitude. 'Cause I
Yeah.
didn't have any this morning.
Yeah, you've been cranky all weekend. But anyway, thank you for watching. We'll be back this afternoon. We're out of here. What do you say, boys? Lunchtime?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
sounds
right,
good.
let's go get it.
One.